when the quiet village learned to breathe again. There was a village so forgotten that even the wind seemed tired of passing through it. One forgotten village, tucked between dry fields and fading memory, had almost stopped believing that life could change. Through the eyes of weary families, elders carrying old grief, and children born into silence, this narration follows how a single meeting with the Buddha slowly transformed fear, hunger, conflict, and sorrow into a gentler way of living. Before that change ever arrived, there was only the long ache of ordinary suffering, the kind that settles into walls, into soil, into the way people look at one another without really seeing. In this village, survival had become such a constant labor that hope itself felt like a dangerous luxury. And yet, hidden beneath all that dust and disappointment, something in the human heart was still waiting, though few could have named it. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. The village lay between fields that had once been generous. The old people still spoke of them sometimes, though not often, and never for long. They remembered tall grasses moving like water under the sun, and soil dark enough to stain the hands for a day. They remembered harvest songs drifting home in the evening, while children chased each other between bundles of grain, and cooking fires sent up the soft smell of lentils and herbs. But memory had become a delicate thing, almost too painful to touch. Now the fields were pale and split open, cracked like old pottery left too long in the heat. Dust lifted from the ground at the slightest step and hung in the air as if reluctant to settle anywhere at all. The homes were tired, too, their roofs agged, patched and repatched with whatever could be found. Walls leaned slightly inward, as if listening to the sorrow inside them. Doorways were worn smooth by hands that opened them each morning with the same quiet uncertainty. What will today take from us, and what, if anything, will it leave behind? In the earliest hours before sunrise had fully broken over the land, smoke rose thinly from a few hearths, not with the warmth of abundance, but with the caution of scarcity. Every stick of firewood mattered. Every handful of grain was counted. Every sip of water had to be thought about before it was taken. Nothing in the village was entirely still, and yet nothing seemed fully alive. There was movement, yes, but it was the movement of necessity. Feet crossed the same worn paths. Hands repeated the same tasks. Backs bent, lifted, carried, and bent again. The rhythm of life there was not a dance but a tightening rope, pulled day after day around the chest of everyone who lived under that sky. People woke not with expectation, but with endurance. They did what needed doing, they mended, they gathered, they searched, they waited. And at night, when the darkness settled around the houses, and the insects began their faint music, many lay awake, listening to the quiet breathing of others, wondering how much longer they could continue like this. The elders felt the village most deeply, because they remembered what had been lost. Time had not softened them into peace. It had sharpened certain aches. Their hands were knotted from labor, their shoulders rounded, their voices often low, but behind their tired eyes lived whole seasons no one else had seen. They remembered rains that arrived on time, and wells that did not reveal their stony bottoms. They remembered marriages celebrated with laughter that carried across the village square. They remembered neighbors who shared first and counted later. To be old in that place was not only to be weak in body, it was to carry the burden of comparison, the sorrow of knowing that what had become normal was not how life was meant to feel. Some of them sat outside in the evening, looking toward the fields as if the past might return by the same path it had taken away. They spoke in fragments. Sometimes they blamed the weather, sometimes the rulers in distant places who never saw them, sometimes bad fortune, sometimes human failing. But underneath every explanation was the same wound, a grief too familiar to cry over and too heavy to put down. They had buried spouses, friends, and in some cases even children. They had watched customs fade, trust wither, and patience turn into a kind of brittle politeness. They knew the village had not only become poorer, it had become smaller in spirit. The parents, meanwhile, had little time for memory. Their sorrow was more immediate, more practical, and in some ways more exhausting. They measured life in portions and in shortages, how much rice remained, whether the jar of oil would last another week, which child had coughed in the night, whether the roof would survive another hard season. They carried the pressure of being needed by others while having almost nothing left in themselves. Mothers moved through each day with quiet precision, saving scraps, stretching meals, softening hard words before they reached the ears of the young. Fathers returned from labor, with faces set in silence, the dust of the road on their ankles, disappointment tucked beneath their breath. Love still existed in those homes, but it was often hidden behind fatigue. A mother who gave her own portion away and said she was not hungry. A father who repaired a sandal by firelight after everyone had fallen asleep. A hand placed on a fevered forehead in the dark. A blanket adjusted over a child before dawn. Tenderness had not disappeared. It had simply become quieter, thinner, worn down by need. And because people were so tired, kindness was not always the first thing that arrived. Irritation came easily, so did blame. Harsh words slipped out over small matters, because the heart, once strained enough, can begin to crack along the nearest edge. Children learned this without understanding it. They learned to recognize the sound of worry in adult voices before they learned zongs. They learned when not to ask for more food. They learned that some days were safer than others to speak, laugh, or run too loudly near a tired parent. Their games were shorter than they should have been. Their joy was cautious. Even their curiosity seemed to move with restraint, as if they had already sensed that life was narrow and resources were fragile. Some stared often at the faces of their elders, trying to read what mood the day would carry. Some became unusually obedient. Some became restless and sharp-tongued. Some drifted through the village in silence, watching everything, trusting very little. At night, children listened. They heard the murmured arguments through thin walls. They heard the coughs that would not go away. They heard the old people praying softly, not always with faith, but with habit, as though repeating ancient words might hold the world together one more day. They heard names of debts, names of disappointments, names of people who had left the village and never returned. And little by little, many of them began to absorb a lesson no child should carry so early, that life is something to fear before it is something to love. This was the deepest poverty of the village. Not hunger alone, though hunger was there. Not dry wells alone, though they too were real. The greater suffering lived inside the invisible spaces between people. Trust had become fragile. A borrowed tool returned late could become an insult remembered for months. A boundary line in a field could provoke resentment larger than the land itself. A rumor, once spoken, found eager shelter in hearts already bruised by disappointment. People smiled less with openness and more with caution. Help was offered but often counted. Favors were remembered like debts. Even generosity sometimes carried the taste of obligation. There were families who had stopped speaking to one another over disputes so old that no one remembered the beginning clearly. There were brothers divided by inheritance, neighbors divided by suspicion, husbands and wives divided by unspoken grief. Loss had a way of turning inward there. Instead of being shared and softened, it hardened. A failed harvest became shame. A death became bitterness. An unfairness became a story told so many times that it began to define the teller more than the event itself. People did not only suffer, they built identities around their suffering. They wore it so long that they mistook it for themselves. And beneath all of this was an emptiness that no repaired roof or full grain sack alone could have healed. The village had not only become materially poor, It had grown spiritually tired. Rituals remained, but often without freshness. Offerings were made because that was what had always been done. Words of blessing were spoken, but without the deep inner listening that once gave them life. Some had begun to believe that the sacred belonged to other places, to cleaner temples, to wealthier people, to those who had time to sit with peace instead of chasing survival. In this village, many still bowed their heads, but inwardly they no longer expected to be changed. There is a particular kind of loneliness that appears when people live close together, yet feel cut off from one another. This loneliness had settled into the village like another season. It lived in shared meals eaten too quickly, in glances avoided, in apologies never made, in the way laughter often ended abruptly, as though joy had overstayed its welcome. The people were not cruel at heart. They were simply burdened past tenderness. Life had narrowed them. Repetition had dulled them. Pain had made them defensive. They had become like the land around them, fissured, thirsty, and uncertain whether the sky still remembered their name. Even the mornings carried this feeling. Dawn did not arrive there with promise. It arrived with tasks. A rooster calling from somewhere behind a broken fence. The scrape of a clay pot lifted from the floor. The muted rustle of searching for a tool before first light. A baby fussing weakly. Someone coughing outside. Someone else already walking to the fields in sandals worn nearly through. The sun came up over everything without discrimination, laying the same pale gold over cracked earth, bent backs, tired faces, and houses holding together by persistence more than strength. Beauty was not absent, but it had become difficult to trust. A clear sky meant no rain. A quiet day meant nothing had improved, only that no new trouble had arrived yet. And still, for all its heaviness, the village was not beyond feeling. That is what made its suffering so human. The elders still paused when they heard a child laugh unexpectedly. Mothers still brushed dust from small cheeks with astonishing gentleness. Fathers still looked out over the fields with something like longing, though they might have called it calculation. A widow still lit a lamp at dusk for the husband she had lost years before. A boy still shared half a fig with his younger sister and pretended he was full. A girl still traced patterns in the dirt with a stick while imagining a life she had never seen. Beneath fear, beneath resentment, beneath the hard shell of habit, the pulse of the heart had not disappeared. It had only grown faint. No one in the village would have described themselves as waiting for a miracle. They were too practical for that, too weathered. Miracles belonged in stories told by travelers or monks or grandmothers trying to comfort the young. What the people expected was more of the same. Another lean season, another small quarrel, another burial, another promise that tomorrow might be easier if only they worked hard enough. They no longer looked outward with wonder. They looked downward, to the path, to the bowl, to the hand, to the daily matter of getting through. And perhaps that was why the village seemed so forgotten. Not because no map named it, or because no road reached it, but because forgetting had happened inside the people themselves. They had forgotten how it felt to breathe deeply without fear. They had forgotten what it meant to trust a neighbor without measuring risk. They had forgotten that a human being can be poor and still inwardly unbroken. They had forgotten the soft spaciousness of a mind not constantly braced for loss. Most of all, they had forgotten that change can begin long before conditions improve, in the silent turning of the heart toward another way of seeing. Yet even in the most forgotten corners of the world, a single rumor can move through weary hearts like the first hint of rain. It did not arrive with ceremony. No messenger stepped into the village square and called the people together. No banner announced a holy man. No drumbeat stirred the air. The rumor came the way most things came to that village, along the dust road, clinging to tired feet, resting in the mouths of strangers who asked for water before they asked for directions. The first to carry it were traders with sun-darkened faces and shoulders bent from bundles of cloth and salt. They stopped beneath the thin shade near the well and spoke in the distracted way travelers often do, as if their words mattered less than the next mile ahead. They said there was a teacher moving from place to place, not like the priests some had known, not like the wandering debaters who enjoyed the sound of their own cleverness. This one, they said, spoke simply. He sat beneath trees. He accepted what was offered. He looked at people as though he could see the knot inside them, and was not afraid of it. One of the traders, an older man with a cracked thumbnail and dust at the hem of his robe, said that he had seen a grieving mother fall at this teacher's feet. She had come wild with pain, pleading for something impossible, pleading against death itself. The teacher had not turned away from her. He had not answered with cold philosophy. He had spoken so gently that even those standing far off had gone quiet. I do not know what he told her in full, the trader admitted, wiping his brow with the back of his wrist. But when she rose, her sorrow was still there, and yet it was no longer tearing her apart in the same way. It was as if someone had shown her how to carry what could not be put down. The women drawing water did not look at one another immediately. They lowered their buckets and listened without seeming to listen. Another traveler, younger and quick-tongued, laughed softly and said the old man was making the story prettier than it was. He is only a renunciant, he said, a mendicant, a man in a saffron robe with followers who think silence is wisdom. But even he could not quite hide the note of respect in his voice. He went on to say that he had watched a crowd gather around this teacher at the edge of another village. The people had come with the usual burdens, quarrels, debts, jealousy, fear, the bitterness between brothers, the ache of losing children, the weariness of tending bodies that always seemed one season away from breaking. And somehow, after hearing him speak, they left more slowly than they had arrived, not stunned, not dazzled, simply quieter, as though something feverish in them had cooled. That was how the rumor began to settle into the village, not as thunder, but as a fine dust that reached every doorway. By evening, people had already shaped it, according to their own hunger. At the edge of the lane, where an old carpenter sat shaving splinters from a length of wood that would become either a stool or firewood depending on who could pay. The talk turned sharp. The carpenter had buried 2 sons and trusted no tale that sounded too clean. A man who calms fear, he muttered, not lifting his head, is still only a man. Fear returns in the morning. Let him mend a roof before the rains. Let him fill an empty grain jar, then I will listen. A few nearby nodded, grateful for the rough certainty of his scorn. In hard places, skepticism often feels safer than wonder. Better to dismiss a thing than to let it stir the old ache of wanting. Better to mock a promise than to discover one still has room inside for disappointment. But not everyone agreed. The woman who sold lentils from a low basket near the banyan roots said, almost to herself, perhaps calming fear is not nothing. She was not arguing. Her voice was so quiet that some barely heard it. A roof leaks less painfully when the heart is not already drowning. No one answered her for a moment. The sentence lingered there, uncomfortable in its tenderness. There were those in the village who had grown bitter not because they were cruel by nature, but because repeated sorrow had hardened into habit. Their disbelief was a kind of shelter. If this teacher truly existed, and if people truly found relief in his presence, then something difficult would have to be considered, that they had not been abandoned by reality itself, only stranded in a way of living that had taught them to expect pain and little else. That thought unsettled them more than hardship. Hardship they knew. Hardship had rules. It woke before dawn, demanded labor, stole health, took children, withered crops, and asked for silence in return. But a different way of understanding suffering, clear, steady and unadorned, threatened to loosen the familiar structure of despair. In one small courtyard, a grandmother sorting wilted greens asked her daughter whether she had heard the story of the teacher who spoke of suffering without making people feel cursed by it. The daughter, who had known too many hungry seasons, gave a tired shrug. "Everyone speaks of suffering," she said. "What else is there to speak of?" The grandmother looked up slowly. "No," she said. "Most people either complain about it or pretend to rise above it. This sounds different. This sounds like someone who has looked directly at pain and did not become smaller." That night, as cooking smoke drifted low and children leaned against doorframes fighting sleep, the rumor passed from house to house in altered forms. Some said the teacher had once been a prince who gave up comfort after seeing sickness and death. Others said he was simply a wise ascetic from the north. A boy insisted he had heard from a cousin in another district that wild animals grew calm around him. An old man snorted at that and said boys would soon claim the moon followed him too. Still, he did not leave the fire. He stayed and listened. The children were the quickest to love the rumor. They asked the sort of questions that adults no longer dared to ask aloud. What did he look like when he walked? Did he smile? Did he ever become angry? Could he tell what a person was thinking? If he came to the village, would he speak to children or only to elders? Would he notice a place like theirs, where the houses leaned, where the dogs were thin, where even laughter sounded careful? One little girl, whose mother had been ill for many months, whispered to her brother in the dark that maybe this teacher knew words that made pain less lonely. She did not ask whether he could heal. Children are often more truthful than adults about the shape of hope. She only wondered if someone could sit beside suffering without turning away. The young men, restless and half ashamed of their own restlessness, responded in a different way. Some mocked what they secretly wished to believe. They joked that if a sage came, perhaps he would teach their fathers not to scowl and their mothers not to worry. Yet under the teasing was a flicker of interest. They were old enough to feel the confinement of the village and young enough to imagine that another kind of life might exist. A teacher who had walked away from privilege, if that part of the story was true, troubled them in a way they could not easily name. Why would anyone leave comfort willingly? Unless there was something more meaningful than comfort. Unless there was a freedom they had not even learned to desire properly. The rumor reached the fields the next day. A pair of oxen strained against a plough while two brothers worked in near silence. One of them, the softer-hearted of the two, finally said, "If this teacher passes near, I may go listen." The other kept his eyes on the furrow. And leave the field? For an hour perhaps. For words? The first brother wiped his forehead and looked out toward the road. "We have given our lives to work. We know what work says. I would like to hear what words say, if the right mouth is speaking them." Farther off, a widow gleaning leftover stalks from harvested ground paused when she heard that the teacher accepted offerings from rich and poor alike, and that he did not praise one person over another for what they could give. That detail touched her more than grand stories. A person who could receive a simple bowl of rice without making the giver feel small. That was no ordinary thing. In a world arranged by rank, where humiliation often hid inside custom, even modest dignity felt miraculous. As the days passed, each retelling changed the village a little. Not outwardly, not in any way a passing stranger might have noticed. The same cracked jars sat by the same thresholds. The same cough echoed from the same back room. The same debts remained unpaid. But inwardly, something had begun to shift. The people found themselves listening for footsteps on the road. They interrupted their routines to ask travelers where they had come from and whom they had seen. Names of nearby settlements, once irrelevant, now mattered because they might help trace the movement of one wandering teacher. A peddler of oil claimed the Buddha. That was the name he used, and the first time many in the village heard it clearly, had spoken before a gathering about old age, illness, and death, without darkening the hearts of those who listened. That is the strange part, the peddler said. He does not hide the hard truth he Naples do not leave crushed. They leave steadier. The word lingered, steadier. For some, it sounded like a blessing so modest it could be real. For others, it was offensive. If suffering could be met with steadiness, then why had they spent years being tossed about by grief, anger, envy, and dread? Had they failed at something essential? Were they to blame for the storms in their minds? The rumor did not comfort everyone. It exposed raw places. It made private chaos feel visible. There were men who became harsher with their families after hearing the stories, not because the teacher had done anything to them, but because the possibility of inner change irritated whatever had grown rigid within them. There were women who found themselves weeping while washing rice, startled by the sudden return of wishes they had buried long ago. One elderly farmer, known for his sour temper, declared that wise men only visited towns with donors, not villages whose best days had never really come. Why would such a one come here? He asked. We have nothing to offer but patched mats and boiled grain. The question hung heavily in the air because it carried more than doubt. It carried shame. A younger woman, balancing a child on her hip, answered before she could stop herself. If he speaks of suffering, perhaps this is exactly the kind of place he should come. The old farmer looked away. There it was, the thought no one had wanted to touch directly. Perhaps their village, for all its obscurity and weariness, was not beneath the attention of someone who understood the wounded human heart. Perhaps being overlooked by the world did not mean being invisible to wisdom. Perhaps the dust road that brought tax collectors, gossip, and disappointment might one day bring someone whose presence asked for nothing except honesty. Even the headman, who prided himself on practical concerns, found the rumor difficult to dismiss. He said little, but twice he asked passing travelers whether they had seen a group of monks in ochre robes. The second time, his voice softened at the edges. At home that night, he confessed to his wife that he could not stop thinking about a report that this teacher urged people to watch the mind itself. As one watches weather moving across a field, how can a man watch his own mind? He asked, when the mind is the thing doing the watching. His wife smiled faintly. It was the first question she had heard from him in years that was not about storage, labor, or repairs. That was another way the rumor changed them. It made them ask questions larger than survival. Not because survival ceased to matter, but because someone had entered their imagination who seemed to understand that a human being can starve in more than one way. At dusk, when shadows lengthened and the village grew tender for a brief hour before night closed in, people spoke more softly than before. They shared stories they would once have kept hidden. A father admitted he no longer knew how to comfort his son. A woman confessed that she feared becoming hard in spirit before she became old in body. A boy said he had dreams of leaving, then hated himself for wanting more than his parents had known. The rumor had not yet brought the Buddha, but it had already loosened tongues around truths that had long been sealed. Still, uncertainty remained. Many asked the same question, though each in a different tone. Will he come here? Will his feet touch this road? Will he see our little cluster of grief and labor and think it worthy of his time? Or will he pass nearby, close enough for the birds to hear him, while we remain exactly as we have been? No one knew, and perhaps that unknowing was part of the stirring. A rumor is never only about the person at its center. It is also about the hidden chambers it opens in those who hear it. In the days before any certainty, the villagers were forced into a quiet reckoning. The bitter had to decide whether disbelief was truth or merely protection. The gentle had to decide whether they could endure, hoping without guarantee. The young had to decide whether wonder was foolishness or the beginning of courage. Even those who claimed not to care found themselves glancing toward the road when the wind shifted. Somewhere beyond the next ridge, or perhaps many ridges away, a man was said to be walking from village to village, speaking of suffering as though it were not a punishment, but a condition that could be understood, speaking of fear as though it need not rule every breath, speaking, so they said, in a way that neither denied pain nor worshipped it. And in this forgotten place, where despair had become so ordinary that it was mistaken for wisdom, the very idea of such a person was enough to disturb the settled dust inside the heart. As the rumor deepened into possibility, each villager was quietly forced to face what they still dared to hope for. Hope did not arrive in that village as a bright thing. It came quietly, almost unwillingly, brushing against lives that had grown used to disappointment. By then, suffering had lived with the people so long that many of them no longer spoke of it as sorrow. They spoke of it as weather, as soil, as fate. It sat beside them while they ate, followed them into the fields, lay down with them at night. And because pain had stayed so faithfully, each person had learned a different way of making room for it. There was a mother in the eastern row of houses, where the walls leaned slightly, and the wind always seemed to find a crack to enter. She had once laughed easily. The older women still remembered it, though they spoke of it in the tone reserved for old seasons that never return. Years ago, she had carried her baby boy through the village wrapped in a faded cloth, kissing his forehead as though nothing in the world could touch him. Then fever came, as fever often did, swift and merciless, and by dawn she was holding a body that no longer answered her voice. No one knew what to say to her after that. At first they brought broth, wood for the stove, hands to help sweep the floor. They sat her in silence, believing silence itself was kindness. But grief that lasts beyond the expected days makes people uneasy. It reminds them of what cannot be fixed. So little by little they stopped coming. They told themselves she needed space. They told themselves life must continue. And she, feeling abandoned inside her sorrow, turned inward so deeply that, even when she stood among others, she seemed to be listening to a room no one else could enter. She kept her son's small cup on a shelf no one was allowed to touch. She folded and unfolded the same little garment until the cloth grew thin at the edges. She measured time not by harvests or rains, but by how many years had passed since his breathing stopped. In the beginning, she wept openly. Later, she no longer cried in front of anyone. That was when the grief became heavier. Tears move, numbness settles. People began to call her difficult. They said she had become sharp-tongued, suspicious, too quick to take offense. And it was true that her words could wound. If another mother laughed too loudly with her child, something dark would flicker across her face. If she heard of a birth, she offered no blessing. If a neighbor complained of a minor hardship, she answered with a bitterness that made the conversation die where it stood. But beneath that roughness was not cruelty. It was an aching attachment to what had been torn from her, a refusal to release the last traces of a life she had loved. She feared that if she loosened her grip even a little, she would lose him a second time. So she clung not only to her child, but to the identity grief had given her. Bereaved mother, unhealed mother, the one to whom life had been unfair. It hurt, but it also told her who she was. There was also a farmer whose anger could be heard before he came into view. His field lay on the harsher side of the village, where stones rose through the earth like old bones, and every season demanded more labor than it returned. He had inherited little except debt, a pair of tired oxen, and the belief that a man who softens will be broken. His father had spoken mostly in commands. His mother had spoken little at all. Tenderness had not been absent from his life because he did not want it. It had been absent because no one knew how to offer it without shame. He worked harder than most and trusted no one who spoke of peace before speaking of hunger. When rain failed, he cursed the sky. When rain came too hard, he cursed the river. If a tool broke, he kicked it aside. If his wife answered him with weariness instead of patience, his voice rose. Not always because he hated her, often because he hated the helplessness blooming in his chest and did not know where else to throw it. Anger was the one emotion that made him feel less small. It gave heat to his fear. It turned uncertainty into force. Children stepped aside when he passed. Men tolerated him because they understood him. Women lowered their eyes and called him difficult in private. But the truth was more intimate than that. He was a man humiliated by life over and over, and each humiliation had hardened into habit. A crop lost to blight became suspicion. A promise from a trader that led nowhere became contempt. Seeing another family prosper while his own scraped by became envy he refused to name. He mocked those who sang while working, as though joy itself were an insult. He laughed at gentleness, because gentleness made him aware of what he lacked. And still, if one watched him at dusk when he thought no one noticed, another person could be seen beneath the rage. He would stand at the edge of his field with both hands hanging at his sides, looking over the furrows as if asking a question too old for words. There were evenings when he brought water to the oxen with an almost careful touch, stroking the rough hide between their shoulders. Once, after a storm, he was seen mending a broken bird's nest in the low branch of a tree near his hut. He did it quickly, glancing around as though embarrassed by his own tenderness. Even in a man who had made anger into armor, there remained a quiet longing not to fight every waking hour. Near the well lived an elder whose loneliness had become so complete that many mistook it for peace. He had outlived his brothers, his wife, and most of the companions with whom he had once shared rice, stories, and long evenings beneath a darkening sky. His body had thinned, and his hands trembled when he lifted a cup, but his mind still moved through memories with painful clarity. He could recall the exact shape of his wife's shadow in afternoon light. He could remember the songs sung during festivals from years when the village still believed in celebration. He remembered names no one else said anymore. At first, after his wife died, neighbors visited him often. They brought him cooked rice and listened while he repeated the same stories. But grief in old age is often treated as expected, almost proper. And so his pain was honored without being truly met. He has lived a long life, people said. This is the way of things. The words were not unkind, but they built a wall around his sorrow. They made it seem ordinary, and because it was ordinary, it was left alone. So he stopped speaking as much. He sat outside his doorway in the evenings and watched the road, though no one was coming for him. He listened to conversations from a distance, smiling when spoken to, nodding as if nothing were missing. His withdrawal was so gentle that it barely disturbed anyone. But inside, he had begun to disappear from the world before the world was finished with him. He no longer asked to be included in village decisions. He no longer corrected the children when they forgot the old songs. He no longer entered debates, even when he had wisdom to give. He had accepted a role that many elders are quietly pushed into: witness, burden, fading memory. Yet even he clung, not loudly but firmly. He clung to the identity of the one who had been left behind. He polished his wife's wooden comb, though no hand would use it again. He kept a mat laid beside his own for months after her death. He whispered to her some nights, as if distance could be crossed by habit alone. And beneath his patience was a sorrow almost childlike in its simplicity. He wanted to be remembered while still alive. He wanted someone to sit beside him not out of duty, but because his presence still mattered. He wanted, in the dusk of his years, to be seen not as a relic, but as a heart still beating. Then there was the child, the one who said very little, and therefore seemed to many the easiest to overlook. He moved through the village like a small shadow, carrying water, gathering sticks, pausing in doorways before slipping away again. Adults often forget that a silent child is not an empty one. Silence, in the young, can be crowded with questions too large to ask. He watched everything. He watched the grieving mother touch the little cup on her shelf with a reverence that frightened him. He watched the angry farmer strike the ground with his hoe, as though the earth had offended him personally. He watched the elder stare down the road at sunset and knew somehow, without understanding fully, that the old man was waiting for more than travelers. The child watched quarrels rise over grain, over boundaries, over words remembered differently by tired minds. He watched neighbors offer help with one hand and compare themselves with the other. He watched faces close when certain names were spoken. He watched how quickly laughter could turn into accusation if envy entered the room. No one explained these things to him. They did not need to. Children learn the shape of pain by the way adults carry themselves. He had learned that sorrow could make a person cruel, that fear could make a person loud, that loneliness could make a person invisible. He had also learned something more dangerous, that many grown people no longer expected comfort. They expect endurance. They spoke as if surviving were the same as living. At night he lay awake listening to the sounds between the sounds. A muffled argument through a wall, a cough that would not ease, the wind moving dust beneath the door, someone crying only once and then going quiet. He felt the village as one large body that had forgotten how to rest. And because he had no language for what he sensed, he carried it in his small chest as watchfulness. He became careful with his words. He studied expressions before entering a room. He learned to make himself useful, because usefulness is sometimes the only safety a child can find among wounded adults. Around these lives, and many others like them, the village continued its weary turning. Morning smoke rose from cook fires. Water was drawn. Fields were tended. Clothes were washed against stone. From a distance, it might have seemed that nothing was especially wrong, only that life was hard, as life is hard in many places. But beneath the ordinary labor ran deeper currents. People were not only suffering from loss, illness, age, and poverty. They were suffering from the way the mind closes around pain and calls that tightening self-protection. One person clung to grief until it became the only honest language left. Another clung to anger because it felt stronger than fear. Another clung to memory because it was kinder than the present. Another, still young, clung to silence because speech seemed unsafe. And all through the village, lesser attachments wound themselves around daily life like roots beneath stone. A man clung to pride and could not admit he needed help. A woman clung to resentment and repeated old injuries until they stayed fresh. A brother clung to comparison and could not rejoice in another's blessing. A neighbor clung to the belief that hardship gave him the right to hardness. Over time, these habits no longer looked like choices. They looked like personality, like truth, like destiny. Harsh speech became honesty. Withdrawal became dignity. Envy became fairness. Numbness became maturity. People defended the very patterns that were wounding them, because familiar pain can feel safer than the risk of release. To loosen one's hold, even on sorrow, can feel like stepping into emptiness. And yet, hidden beneath all this roughness, there remained a tenderness that had not died. It appeared in brief, almost embarrassed moments. In the grieving mother standing for a long while outside another woman's house, when she heard a baby coughing, wanting to help but unable to cross the threshold. In the farmer quietly setting aside the better portion of food for his wife, after speaking too harshly to her. In the elder straightening his back when children passed, hoping one might stop and ask for a story. In the silent child leaving a wildflower near the old man's door and running away before being seen. These were small things, easy to miss. but they mattered. They revealed that beneath blame, beneath habit, beneath identities built around injury, the human heart was still reaching, still longing to be met gently, still hoping, though it scarcely admitted it, that someone might look past the bitterness and see the wound beneath. Someone might understand that the sharp word was protecting a broken place, that the withdrawn face was not indifference but fear, that the one who envied another's joy was not evil, only starved, that even numbness was once a response to feeling too much. The village did not yet know how to name this. It only knew that people were growing tired of carrying themselves like stones. They were tired of the old performances of strength, tired of pretending that pain was all life had ever offered, and all it ever would. Somewhere inside them, under years of dust and disappointment, lived a quieter longing, not to be admired, not to be envied, not even to be proven right, but to be forgiven for the ways suffering had distorted them, to be comforted without shame, to lay down, if only for a moment, the burden of being the person pain had taught them to become. And then, one morning the long dust road finally carried more than rumor. It began so quietly that no one could later agree on the exact moment. Some said it was when the dogs stopped barking and simply stood with their ears raised, as if listening to something softer than sound. Some said it was when the wind, which had been moving dry leaves along the edge of the fields, seemed to settle low to the ground. Others believed it began inside their own bodies, in that strange pause before recognition, when the hands still work but the heart has already turned toward what is coming. The morning itself was plain. There were no unusual colors in the sky, no thunder rolling in from a distant hill, no trembling earth to announce that something sacred had drawn near. The same sun rose over the same roofs patched with straw and weather. The same smoke climbed from cook fires. The same cracked jars stood beside the same doors. Women bent over washing. Men worked in the fields. Children chased one another through narrow paths, their feet kicking up thin dust. It was a morning like so many others, that it almost hid the miracle inside its ordinary shape. Then someone at the edge of the village lifted a hand to shade his eyes. A figure was walking toward them, not riding, not carried, not surrounded by soldiers or attendants calling his name ahead of him. No banners moved above his head. No polished horses struck the road with dramatic sound. No jewels flashed. Nothing in his arrival resembled the kind of change people had secretly imagined. For years, perhaps for generations, the village had waited for relief, as if relief must come wearing force. They had believed that if anything were ever to break the pattern of their sorrow, it would have to arrive loudly. It would have to command obedience. It would have to prove itself in spectacle before anyone dared trust it. But the one who came had none of that. He walked with the unadorned grace of someone who needed no witness to confirm who he was. His robe was simple. His bowl was simple. His feet were dusty from the same road that covered every traveler who passed this way. Yet nothing about him seemed diminished by simplicity. On the contrary, the absence of display made the eye rest on him more steadily. There was nowhere else for the gaze to go, no glitter to distract it, no performance to interrupt the deeper feeling that began to move through those who saw him. A woman, standing in her doorway, one hand still damp from washing rice, felt herself forget what she had been about to do. Across the field, a farmer paused with his tool half lifted, the muscles of his back still tense, as if his body did not yet understand why it had stopped. A boy, ready to shout some careless remark, found the words disappear before they reached his mouth. An old man who had spent years squinting at the world as though bracing against insult narrowed his eyes out of habit, then lowered them, unsettled by the futility of suspicion. In the face of such quiet, the news moved without being spoken. He is here, the one they mentioned, the teacher, the awakened one, the holy man, the wanderer. Each person named him according to what their own mind could hold. But even before the names settled, the village was changing shape around his approach. Doorways filled, hands stilled, pestles stopped in mortars, threads slipped loose from fingers. The usual sounds of labor did not vanish all at once, but they grew thinner, as if drawn backward. Even the children, whose energy usually spilled past every mood, began to hover close to their mother's sides, or stand with grave curiosity in the open path. He did not hurry, and because he did not hurry, the village had to meet him at the pace he carried. That alone was unfamiliar. They were used to pressure, used to reacting quickly, defending quickly, judging quickly, surrendering quickly to irritation or fear. But this man moved as though there were enough time for each step to belong fully to itself. As though reaching the village was not separate from walking the road. As though arrival had begun long before he crossed the first threshold of their homes. And perhaps that was what touched some of them first. Not his face, not even the stories told about him, but the strange feeling that he was not divided inside himself. So many of them had lived as divided beings, one thought in the mouth, another in the chest, one expression for neighbors, another for family, another for the private darkness that visited them in the night. They had learned to brace, to conceal, to anticipate disappointment before it arrived. Yet the man walking among them seemed gathered. His body did not argue with his mind. His silence did not hide agitation. His stillness did not feel empty. It felt full, but full in a way they had almost forgotten was possible. As he came nearer, they saw his face more clearly. It was not the face of someone untouched by sorrow. That would have made him distant to them, almost cruel in his perfection. No, there was something in his expression that suggested not innocence from suffering, but freedom through it. His face held gentleness without weakness. It held composure without coldness. There was no demand in it, no attempt to impress, no hunger to be followed. And perhaps most disarming of all, there was no trace of the village's hidden bargain, the one almost everyone carried without admitting it. If I protect myself first, perhaps life cannot wound me again. His face held no such bargain. He looked at people the way clear water receives a reflection, without grabbing it, without altering it, without turning away. A young mother who had become sharp-tongued from exhaustion felt, under that gaze, not accused but seen beyond her impatience. A merchant who had spent years measuring everyone by what they could offer him, felt suddenly embarrassed by calculations he had once considered simple wisdom. A widow who had long ago trained her mouth not to tremble felt her throat tighten anyway, though she could not have explained why. There were those who softened at once, their shoulders lowered before they knew they were lowering them. Their breath, often trapped high and thin in the chest, deepened. They stood as if some hard internal command had loosened. A few smiled through confusion, like people recognizing a song from childhood, but unable to remember where they had heard it. There were those who resisted. One man crossed his arms and muttered that he saw nothing extraordinary. Another narrowed his mouth and whispered that people were too easily impressed by robes and stories. A woman who had outlived tenderness by turning everything into practicality looked at him once and then busied herself with a basket that needed no arranging. Resistance, too, took many forms. In some, it looked like criticism. In others, like indifference. In others still, like a sudden need to laugh. But beneath each reaction was the same uneasy feeling. This presence made hiding more difficult, because that was what his arrival did without effort. It revealed, not by exposing anyone publicly, not by naming faults or lifting a stern hand. He simply entered the village, and each person began to feel more clearly what they had been carrying. It was as if his nearness quieted the ordinary noise by which people distract themselves from their own hearts. And in that quiet, what had been buried grew audible. One man felt the full weight of his anger, and for the first time recognized how tired it had made him. A sister, who had spent years resenting another sister's easier laughter, suddenly felt the ache beneath envy. The grief of believing joy had skipped her house. A father, strict to the point of hardness, saw in a flash that what he called discipline had often been fear in a stronger voice. A girl who had taught herself not to need affection, because need had so often gone unanswered, felt tears rise before she could push them back down. Some began to weep so softly that even those beside them did not notice at first. It was a strange weeping, not theatrical, not even entirely sad. It came the way water emerges from ground long thought dry. An old woman with rough hands pressed her fingers to her lips and found them trembling. A young man, embarrassed by the wetness gathering in his eyes, turned his face away and stared into the field as if something there required his attention. A child looked up at his mother, puzzled, seeing tears on a face he knew mostly in forms of work and warning. No one had told them that peace could hurt a little when it first arrived. No one had told them that to stand before true calm after years of inward struggle can feel almost unbearable, because it reveals how long one has lived without resting. Many in the village had believed that if help ever came, it would immediately feel like triumph, like vindication, like the sudden lifting of all burdens. But this was different. This felt gentler and deeper. It did not flatter the ego. It did not choose heroes and villains. It did not say, "You were right to harden yourself." It asked nothing so direct, and yet its presence suggested a possibility more radical than victory. That one might stop fighting the world from behind a wounded mask. He continued through the village path with the same measured steps, and every movement seemed to carry a kind of instruction before any spoken teaching began. The angle of his head conveyed humility without self-erasure. The straightness of his back conveyed dignity without pride. His hands, relaxed and steady, seemed to know neither grasping nor refusal. He did not look above the villagers, and he did not look beneath them. He met them as they were, and somehow that meeting made many of them feel both humbled and honored at once. Even those who doubted him could not deny the unusual steadiness in the air. The village was accustomed to people bringing things with them. Traders brought noise, bargaining, appetite. Officials brought tension before they brought words. Holy men, from time to time, brought instruction wrapped in distance, as though reverence could only be earned by making others feel small. But this visitor brought no agitation around himself. He seemed to carry a silence that did not smother life, but made room for it. A silence in which bird song sounded cleaner, in which the creak of a gate, the rustle of cloth, the far murmur of cattle all returned to their rightful place, not as interruptions but as part of a whole. A few villagers found this deeply relieving. Others found it unnerving. If the source of change was not outside force, then perhaps the life they had built around force could no longer protect them. If wisdom did not arrive to conquer, then what would become of all their habits of defense? If someone could stand in such simplicity and still command no obedience, only attention, then perhaps power had never been what they thought it was. This was the contrast they had no language for yet. They had expected drama, and drama would have allowed them to remain spectators. They knew how to gather around spectacle, to praise it or reject it, to talk about it for years while changing very little. But simplicity is harder to keep at a distance. Simplicity asks to be met, not merely observed. It leaves no grand event to hide behind. It offers no excuse. A man with an army can transform a road. A man with authority can transform a law. But what was one to do with a man whose very presence seemed to transform the inward weather of those around him? A girl peering from behind her grandmother's shawl would remember later the way his face seemed bright without shining. A laborer would remember the feeling that his own breathing had slowed to match the rhythm of those footsteps. a bitter old neighbor would remember, against his preference, that for one brief moment the arguments he rehearsed every day had fallen quiet in his mind. Each would carry away a different impression, because he appeared to each through the doorway of what they most needed to see. To the ashamed, he seemed free of condemnation. To the restless, he seemed deeply at home. To the grieving, he seemed unafraid of sorrow. To the proud, he seemed impossible to dominate. To the tender-hearted, he seemed familiar in a way they could not explain. To those who had almost given up on goodness, he seemed like evidence that the human face could still become a resting place for compassion. That was why his arrival felt less like an event imposed upon the village, and more like a mirror lifted carefully before it. Not a harsh mirror, not one that magnified defects or humiliated the viewer, but a clear one. In him, people saw their own agitation more plainly because he was not agitated. They saw their own loneliness because he was not estranged from himself. They saw the cost of their bitterness because he carried no bitterness into their midst. And those who had secretly preserved even the smallest ember of hope felt that ember answer him before the mind could explain anything. By the time he had fully entered the village, it was no longer the same village that had awakened that morning. The fields were still the same fields. The houses still leaned as they had leaned. The people still wore the same worn garments and carried the same histories in their bones. Nothing visible had yet been repaired. No wound had yet been named aloud. No advice had been given. No sermon had begun. And yet something had shifted, subtle as breath returning after being held too long. They stood around him in their ordinary bodies and ordinary griefs, feeling an unfamiliar nearness to themselves. Not all welcomed it. Not all understood it, but nearly all felt it. The road had brought them not noise, not rescue in the form they had imagined, but a living stillness that made pretense feel heavy and unnecessary. Before he offered advice, he offered something the village had nearly forgotten how to receive. Presence, once offered, asked for an answer. At first, no one knew how to give it. The villagers had come near with all the habits of weary people. They expected either blessing or instruction. Some hoped for a remedy as practical as grain. Some wanted judgment spoken aloud against those who had wronged them. Some wanted reassurance that their suffering had a reason, that the hard shape of their days had been measured by fate and not by human neglect. Others had not known what they wanted until found themselves standing there, close enough to feel that the quiet around this stranger was not emptiness, but attention. The old man who had spoken first earlier now shifted his weight and cleared his throat again, as though ashamed of being the first to break the stillness twice. He spoke of the rain that had not come when needed and then had come too hard. He spoke of seedlings drowned in one season and cracked earth in the next. He spoke of storing less each year while taxes and debts remained as steady as stone. His voice was rough, practical, almost stubbornly plain. Yet beneath the list of troubles, there was something smaller and more fragile, something he seemed determined not to name. The Buddha did not interrupt to complete the thought for him. He only listened, his gaze steady, his face undemanding. So, the old man went on longer than he had intended. He spoke of waking before light with dread already waiting. He spoke of pretending not to notice the thinner bowls at night. He spoke of counting not only sacks of grain but also the strength left in his wife's hands, the sharpness left in his own sight, the number of times his son had looked at the road, with the restless expression of someone wondering whether leaving was less cruel than staying. And when he reached that point, his words faltered. He had begun by talking about weather. He had arrived, without planning to, at fear. No one hurried to cover the silence that followed. That was strange enough to make others uneasy. In the village, silence rarely lasted without being filled by argument, advice, embarrassment, or the small hard laughter people use when tenderness comes too near. But here the silence remained open. It did not expose him. It held him. The old man lowered his eyes, not because he had been corrected, but because he had heard himself more fully than he had expected to. Then a woman spoke from near the back, her baby sleeping against her shoulder. She did not begin gently. Hunger had long ago worn away her politeness. She said there were houses where pots still smelled of broth and houses where children licked salt from their fingers to quiet the body. She said fairness had become a story told by people whose shelves were not empty. She said some families lent grain as if granting mercy, then demanded repayment with interest that deepened humiliation more than debt. Her eyes moved, not accidentally, toward a man standing 2 rows away. He stiffened, and those around him stiffened with him. Many expected the Buddha to settle the matter at once, to say who was right and who had failed in kindness. The village itself seemed to lean forward, ready for a verdict, but none came. The Buddha remained as he was, attentive and still, receiving her anger without resistance and without alarm, as if anger, too, was something that could be met without becoming larger. Freed from the expectation of immediate correction, the woman's voice changed. The sharp edge remained, but now grief moved beneath it. She admitted how often she had hidden her own empty pot before dawn, so that neighbors would not know. She admitted how bitter she had become when hearing another family laugh at their meal. She admitted that there were evenings when she could not bear the sound of her child, asking whether there would be more tomorrow. Her face tightened, and for a moment she looked almost ashamed. Not of need, but of the hard thoughts need had planted in her. Still, he did not rush to soothe her. He did not tell her not to feel as she felt. He did not turn her pain into a lesson before it had been fully spoken. One by one, others found themselves stepping into that same unguarded space. A young man complained that the elders spoke of patience because they no longer carried full baskets from field to market. An elder answered that youth called everything injustice when denied immediate freedom. A widow said patience had become another name for being forgotten. A mother said the gods had closed their eyes. A father muttered that perhaps the gods had never opened them. One brother accused another of laziness. The other accused the first of pride disguised as discipline. A potter spoke of customers who bargained as though his labor were worth less because his need was visible. A girl, hardly more than a child, whispered that people talked of virtue more often around the poor than around the cruel. Their words did not come in a smooth order. They came as real pain comes, tangled and repetitive, circling the same wound from different sides. Some spoke too loudly, some mumbled as if regretting each sentence while saying it. Some tried to make their suffering sound reasonable, almost respectable. Others dropped all effort at dignity and let accusation carry them. More than once, someone began by speaking about another person's fault and ended, unexpectedly, at their own loneliness. And through it all, the Buddha listened, not passively, not with the vague politeness of someone merely waiting for a turn to speak. His attention had weight to it and gentleness. It made each speaker feel, perhaps for the first time in many months, that their words did not have to fight for a place in the air. They could arrive as they were, bitter, confused, repetitive, ashamed, aching. Nothing in his face suggested impatience. Nothing suggested agreement with every claim, either. He did not flatter pain by calling every wound innocence. Yet, neither did he close himself against what was painful to hear. This was new to them, in a way more unsettling than rebuke. They were accustomed to being answered before they had finished. The old were answered by the young, the poor by the comfortable, the grieving by the practical, the frightened by those embarrassed by fear. Advice often arrived too soon, like a hand pressing shut a door that had just begun to open. In such a place, many had forgotten the shape of their own sorrow. They knew only its effects: sharp tempers, tired bones, suspicion, distance at the dinner mat, resentment that survived even sleep. But now, as each voice entered the shared quiet and was not immediately cut down, something hidden began to rise. A man who had insisted his suffering was caused entirely by his neighbors heard, in the echo of his own words. How exhausted he was from trying never to need anyone. A woman who complained of fate's cruelty suddenly remembered the day she stopped singing while grinding grain and realized she had been mourning longer than she had allowed herself to know. A boy standing behind the adults listened to them speak of food, weather, debt, and blame, and understood for the first time that the anger in his house was not born from hatred, but from fear with nowhere gentle to land. Even those who remained silent were listening differently. They were not merely hearing complaints. They were hearing the trembling beneath them, beneath anger, fear, beneath blame, helplessness, beneath stubbornness, humiliation, beneath endless talk of unfairness, a quieter plea. See what this has done to me. See how long I have been carrying it. Compassion, when real, does not look away from these things. It does not rush to brighten them before they have been witnessed. The Buddha's silence was not empty because it was full of permission. Permission for truth to appear without ornament. Permission for pain to sound unbeautiful. Permission for people who had lived too long in correction, struggle, and mutual defense to discover that being heard could soften the body before it changed any circumstance. The wind moved through the edges of the trees. Somewhere a bowl shifted against stone. A child stirred and slept again. Ordinary sounds continued, but beneath them the mood of the village was changing in a way no one could have measured. There was still hunger, still debt, still injury between households. The fields had not turned green, the granaries had not filled by miracle. And yet the people were no longer holding their suffering alone inside separate walls. A fisherman, who had said nothing until then, finally stepped forward. He was a broad man, usually spoken of as difficult, and he seemed irritated even by his own decision to speak. He said he was tired of hearing everyone complain, as if hardship had chosen only them. He had lost nets in the flood. He had buried a daughter in the cold month. He had taken work carrying loads for men who used to greet him as an equal. He said all this almost angrily, as though grief were an insult. Then, after a long pause, he added in a quieter voice that he no longer knew how to enter his own home without carrying his bitterness in with him. The sentence landed heavily, because everyone understood more than he had explicitly said. They knew the way pain spills onto those nearest. They knew the look of children becoming careful around a parent. They knew the silence between spouses who once spoke more easily. They knew how suffering, when unnamed, seeks expression through harshness, withdrawal, or blame. Again, the Buddha did not hurry to resolve him. He listened as if this confession were neither disgraceful nor surprising, but part of being human. In that listening there was dignity, not the dignity of pride, but the dignity of allowing a wound to be seen without making the wounded smaller. A few villagers began to weep then, quietly, with the embarrassment of those who do not weep often in front of others. No one was ordered to be strong. No one was praised for endurance. Tears came not because their pain had deepened in that moment, but because it no longer needed to stay hidden behind useful faces. What the village had called strength for many years had often been a lonely kind of silence. Endure, continue, speak less, need less, blame carefully or loudly, but do not reveal the softer center. Yet that posture had not protected them. It had only driven sorrow inward, where it hardened into judgment and hopelessness. Now, under the shelter of a listening that did not recoil, they could begin to hear the difference between surviving and healing. Healing had not arrived as they expected. It had not begun with an answer. It had begun with room. Some discovered while speaking that what they wanted most was not to be told that life was fair. They no longer believed that. What they wanted was simpler and more difficult. They wanted their pain not to be dismissed as weakness or explained away as destiny. They wanted the truth of their days to be met plainly. The empty cupboard, the exhausted body, the buried resentment, the envy they hated in themselves. The prayers that had gone unanswered, the shame of needing help, the resentment of giving it, the confusion of loving those they also blamed. As these things were spoken, they lost a little of their secret power, not because words solved them, but because pain hidden in darkness grows strange and absolute. Once spoken in the presence of compassion, it becomes shared, human, and therefore possible to understand. A sorrow that cannot be named rules like a shadow. A sorrow that is heard becomes something one can begin, however slowly, to carry with awareness instead of fear. This was the first change, not harvest, not prosperity, not immediate peace between every offended heart. The first change was honesty that did not lead to punishment. The first change was discovering that suffering could be acknowledged without anyone being cast out for having it. The first change was the loosening of the old reflex to defend, deny, or accuse before listening. In the space of that afternoon, the village had not become free of pain, but pain had become speakable, and because it had become speakable, it had also become visible in one another. The man with grain stored in his shed was no longer merely a miser in the eyes of some. He was also a frightened father who had known scarcity as a child and trusted hoarding more than generosity. The outspoken mother was no longer merely bitter, she was exhausted beyond politeness. The stubborn elder was not only rigid, he was terrified that all the ways he had survived might no longer serve the young. None of this erased harm. None of it made every action right, but understanding began to mingle with judgment, and where understanding enters, cruelty loses some of its certainty. The villagers could feel this, though few would have known how to describe it. The air between them seemed less crowded with accusation. Faces that had been tight with defense now looked uncertain, raw, even relieved. For the first time in a long while, many were not performing themselves for one another. They were simply there, seen in fragments they had hidden, hearing in the voices around them the same ache, wearing different clothes. The Buddha had offered no doctrine yet. No formal teaching had been laid before them, and still a kind of teaching had already begun, silent and exact. To listen without judgment is to say, your pain need not disguise itself here. To remain present before another's sorrow is to remind them that truth, even when bitter, does not destroy the one who speaks it. Sometimes the heart does not open because it has found an answer. Sometimes it opens because at last it has found a place where nothing true must be denied. The sun had shifted lower by then, warming one side of the gathering and leaving the other in softer shade. Dust glowed briefly in the light and settled again. Voices grew fewer, not because everything had been said, but because what needed saying first had finally been allowed to surface. The ground between them, though unchanged, felt as if it held something newly laid down. Complaint, grief, resentment, fear, and beneath all of it the simple, exhausted wish to suffer less alone. Once their words had emptied onto the ground between them, the Buddha began to speak of suffering in a new way. He did not begin with a distant word or a mystery hidden behind holy speech. He began where their lives already were, in the places their hands knew well. He spoke as one who had looked closely at the ordinary burden of being alive, and because of that, the villagers listened with a different kind of attention. It was not the strained attention people give to commands, nor the dazzled attention they give to miracles. It was the quiet attention of people hearing their own lives, returned to them with unusual tenderness. He said that suffering was not an accident, belonging only to the unlucky. It was woven into the fabric of life as they already knew it. The body that was strong in one season would grow slower in another. Knees that once climbed the hillside before sunrise would one day ache before the path even began. Eyes that once caught a bird in the far branches would dim. Teeth would loosen. Breath would shorten. Skin would crease. Memory itself would become less obedient. He did not speak of these things to frighten them. He spoke of them so plainly that fear had less room to hide inside them. Many in the gathering lowered their heads then, not in shame, but in recognition. The old woman who had stopped carrying water from the well, because her wrists trembled, felt, for the first time in many years, that her weakness did not make her lesser. The farmer who had begun pretending his back did not pain him. Each morning felt the effort of concealment soften. A young mother looked at her sleeping child and felt, alongside her love, the first sting of understanding that even this small warm life would not be spared change. The Buddha did not ask them to reject what they loved. He simply asked them to see clearly that all things touched by life are also touched by change. He spoke of sickness, and they understood at once. In villages such as theirs, illness was never a stranger. Fever could enter a house in the night and leave it forever altered by morning. A cough that seemed ordinary could deepen and become something no herb could ease. Limbs could fail. Sight could cloud. A person might rise healthy with the dawn and lie helpless by dusk. So much of their fear came not only from pain itself, but from the uncertainty around it, from the way sickness made even familiar rooms feel fragile. When he named this, some of the listeners felt a strange relief. They had long believed that their fear made them weak. Now, hearing him, they began to understand that fear in the face of frailty was part of the human condition, not a private defect hidden in the chest. Then he spoke of age, sickness, and death together, not as punishments sent to the unworthy, but as truths no house could keep outside its door. Death had walked among them often enough. It had taken infants before they were fully named. It had taken the old after long months of waiting. It had taken men in the field and women by the hearth. Some deaths came after warning, some came suddenly, leaving bowls unfinished and sandals by the doorway. Yet so many had suffered not only because they had lost, but because they believed loss meant life had singled them out for cruelty. The Buddha's words loosened something inside that belief. He did not erase grief. He made it less isolating. He spoke of harvests, and the farmers listened as if the soil itself had become part of the teaching. There were years when the rains came too late, and years when they came too hard. There were shoots that looked promising and then yellowed. There were pests that arrived in silence and left emptiness behind. Hands worked faithfully, but effort did not guarantee abundance. To labor carefully and still lose the crop was a pain not only of hunger, but of wounded trust. It made a person feel betrayed by the earth, by the sky, even by their own devotion. The Buddha did not say this pain was imagined, and he did not tell them to smile through it. He spoke as though he knew how heavy it was to prepare the ground, sow the seed, wait with hope, and then stand before a field that could not return what was asked of it. In that way, suffering became something they could finally point to without confusion. It was there in the cracked hands that had given much and received little. It was there in the silent meal, made smaller so a child could eat. It was there in the night spent listening for rain that never came. It was there in the relief of one harvest and the dread that followed quickly behind. Because what is gained can always be lost again. Even joy, they began to see, carried a trembling edge when held by minds that knew nothing stayed. He spoke also of expectations, though he used no harsh language to expose them. Instead, he drew close to the ways people quietly imagine life should unfold. A parent expects gratitude and receives indifference. A husband expects peace at home and finds misunderstanding. A daughter expects fairness and discovers preference given elsewhere. A brother expects loyalty and is wounded by gossip. A young man imagines that hard work will surely make him secure, then watches a flood undo in one night what took years to build. A young woman imagines that love will protect her from sorrow, then learns that love itself can become the place where sorrow enters most deeply. As he named these disappointments, many faces in the gathering changed. Some had come carrying very specific griefs, each convinced their own trouble was singular, but his words showed them how often pain enters through the breaking of what the heart had silently arranged. We build small inner rooms, he seemed to say, and furnish them with promises life never made. We expect health to remain, affection to remain, strength to remain, children to remain near, seasons to remain generous, and our own plans to remain in our hands. When these things shift, we do not merely suffer the event itself, we suffer the shattering of the picture we held. This did not mean, as some feared for a moment, that hope was foolish or love was a mistake. The Buddha was too gentle for such cruelty. He was not mocking the heart for wanting what is tender, stable, and safe. He was only showing them that suffering grows sharper when the mind insists that changing things should not change. That old grief feels like punishment when we cannot accept that all beloved things are passing through time. The villagers did not hear this as cold philosophy. They heard it as recognition of a wound they had never known how to describe. He spoke of separation from what is dear, and a hush settled over them. This, too, was no abstract matter. They knew the pain of children marrying into another village and rarely returning. They knew the ache of watching a friend's house stand empty after death. They knew what it meant to sit by a doorway at dusk and realize no footsteps were coming. They knew the strange loneliness of living beside someone whose heart had gone elsewhere long before their body did. Separation was not always dramatic. Sometimes it arrived quietly, as distance in a once familiar voice, as silence where laughter had been, as the slow widening space between one season of life and another. And they knew just as sharply the burden of living with what they did not want, illness that would not leave, debt that clung like mud, quarrels that soured each morning before it began, memories that returned uninvited, regret over words spoken in anger, fear of losing what little remained. The Buddha included this too. Suffering was not only being parted from what one loves, it was also being bound to what one fears, resists, or cannot escape. To hear both halves spoken aloud made the teaching feel complete, as if he had walked through every room of the human heart and left none locked. A man who had blamed himself for years because his son died in a distant fever now felt tears rise without the usual bitterness. He had thought in secret that his suffering proved some failure in him, some invisible flaw that had invited punishment. A woman who had endured miscarriage after miscarriage had carried the same hidden poison, believing life had marked her as deficient. An aging laborer who could no longer work as before had mistaken his humiliation for personal collapse. But in the Buddha's presence, something revolutionary and deeply simple began to dawn on them. Pain did not always mean they had done something wrong. Sorrow was not evidence that they had been singled out for rejection by existence itself. What he offered was not comfort in the shallow sense. He did not flatter them with false assurances that all would soon be easy. Instead, he gave them a truer mercy. He gave their suffering a name broad enough to hold everyone. In that naming, shame began to loosen. What had felt like a private curse was revealed as part of a shared human life. The widow was not outside the circle of life because she grieved. The sick child was not a sign that the family had failed to be worthy. The old man's trembling hands were not a disgrace. The anxious mother was not broken because she feared losing what she loved. Their pain had not exiled them from being human. It was, in part, what made them recognizably human to one another. This understanding moved among them slowly, like warmth returning to numbed fingers. No one stood up and declared themselves transformed. Relief of the deepest kind rarely arrives with noise. It settles quietly, almost shyly, into the spaces where harsh beliefs used to live. Some felt it as a softening in the chest, some as the first full breath they had taken all day, some as tears that no longer burned with humiliation. To be told that suffering exists was not new. They had always known it. But to hear that suffering could be seen clearly, spoken plainly, and shared without blame was new enough to alter the air around them. The Buddha's voice carried no impatience. He did not rush to the next teaching as if this one were obvious. He let them remain with it, because he knew how long people can live without language for the very thing that governs their days. Without language, pain becomes fog. It enters character, destiny, identity. A failed harvest becomes I am forsaken. A dying parent becomes life is against me. A weak body becomes I am less than others. But once suffering is named simply as suffering, it becomes something different. Still painful, yes, but no longer shapeless, no longer proof of secret unworthiness, no longer a dark sign that one has fallen outside the order of the world. The children, though they understood little of doctrine, sensed the shift in the adults. The old men no longer stared only at the ground. The women who had spoken earlier now sat with faces less guarded. Even those who remained doubtful could not deny that the Buddha's words had touched something raw and long-standing. He had done what very few had ever done for them. He had looked directly at the ache of living and refused either to decorate it or dismiss it. In that honesty, there was a tenderness stronger than consolation. For some, this was the first time they considered that wisdom might begin not by escaping pain, but by seeing it without distortion. Not by pretending the body does not age, that harvests do not fail, that love is safe from loss, that death waits somewhere far away for other people. The Buddha did not darken their world by speaking these truths. In a quiet way, he illuminated it. He lifted suffering out of superstition, out of personal shame, out of lonely confusion, and placed it where all could see. Once visible, it no longer ruled from the shadows with the same power. A woman near the back, who had said nothing all afternoon, thought of her years of believing she alone had been forgotten by fortune. One child buried, one husband turned bitter, one body worn before its time. She had built her life around enduring without complaint, because complaint seemed useless and grief seemed embarrassing. Yet now she felt the sharp loneliness of that belief begin to thin. If suffering was not hers alone, then perhaps her silence had never been a duty. Perhaps she had not been abandoned more than others, only wounded in ways that had no language until now. The recognition did not take away her losses, but it spared her the extra pain of believing those losses proved she was uniquely cursed. And this was part of the miracle, though no one would have named it so in that moment. The Buddha had not removed death from the world, nor age from the body, nor uncertainty from the seasons. He had done something subtler and, for many, just as life-giving. He had replaced confusion with clarity. He had shown that suffering, once acknowledged, did not have to remain an unnamed terror. It could be understood, and what is understood can be met differently than what is feared as chaos. The village sat with this for a long while. Wind moved lightly through the trees. Somewhere beyond the gathering, a bird called and then was quiet. A baby stirred and returned to sleep against its mother's shoulder. Nothing in the visible world had changed, and yet something had. Their burdens were still theirs. Their dead were still dead. Their fields would still depend on rain. Their bodies would still continue toward weakness and ending. But now a new mercy had entered their lives. They no longer had to mistake suffering for personal failure or divine rejection. They could begin at last to see it as a condition shared by all who are born, all who love, all who hope, all who lose. And in that shared recognition, the villagers felt less alone than they had in many years. But naming suffering was only the beginning. The deeper question was why it held them so tightly. That question did not leave them easily. It lingered in the stillness after the Buddha's words, as smoke lingers after a cooking fire has burned low. If suffering belonged to life itself, then why did it harden in some hearts until even kindness could not pass through? Why did one loss become a sorrow that could be carried, while another became a chain dragged for years? Why did some wounds close, however imperfectly, while others remained open, touched again and again by the same unseen hand? The Buddha looked upon them with a patience that did not hurry to comfort. He had not come to flatter their innocence. He had not come to tell them that every misery was the fault of cruel weather, unjust rulers, bad fortune, or difficult neighbors, though all these things were real enough. Instead, he spoke of something more intimate, more difficult to face, and therefore more powerful. He spoke of clinging. Not every villager understood the word at first. To cling sounded natural. A child clung to a mother, a man clung to a branch above a flood, a family clung to a little bag of grain in a lean season. Was this not simply what living required? So he explained gently, there is the hand that holds what is needed, and there is the fist that cannot open even after the danger has passed. There is care, and there is grasping, there is remembrance, and there is the refusal to let life move. There is love, and there is possession. It is not things themselves, he said, that bind the heart, but the hunger that says, this must stay, this must be mine, this must not change, this pain must prove something, this wrong must be answered. This story of me must remain intact. A murmur passed through the gathered villagers, because already they could feel the truth pressing against places they had long defended. He spoke first of the clinging that wears respectable clothing, the kind so often mistaken for dignity. In that village were men who had once owned more land than they did now, women whose families had once been consulted in every disagreement, elders who had once spoken and been obeyed. Years had thinned their influence, drought had reduced their stores, younger voices had risen where old authority had faded. Outwardly they had adjusted, inwardly many had not. One old man, who still sat as straight as a spear despite the pain in his back, felt his chest tighten. He had lost 2 fields over the years, first to debt, then to a flood that changed the edge of the river. Since then, every small slight had cut him more deeply than he admitted. If a younger farmer offered advice, he heard disrespect. If his son made a decision without asking, he felt erased. He had told himself that his anger came from the foolishness of youth. But as he listened, another possibility rose before him like an unwelcome mirror. Perhaps he was not only suffering loss, perhaps he was clinging to the man he had once been, demanding that the world continue to bow to a name that time had already softened. This realization did not soothe him. It stung. Yet beneath the sting was a strange loosening. Because if the world was not cruelly singling him out, if he was not merely the victim of everyone else's decline in manners, then there was something within reach that might change. Not his age, not the river, but the tightening in his own chest. The Buddha spoke then of possessions. And here too the villagers shifted uneasily. They owned little. Most had no treasure that an outsider would envy. Their bowls were chipped, their roofs imperfect, their blankets patched and repatched. What did it mean to warn poor people against attachment to things? But poverty does not end craving. Sometimes it sharpens it until every object glows with fear. A cracked water jar can become more than a jar. It becomes security, control, proof that one is not yet ruined. A brass cooking spoon, a length of cloth, a small necklace inherited from a mother, a stack of grain hidden beneath straw, a corner of land no wider than a sleeping mat. Such things gather not only usefulness but identity. And then, when they are threatened, the heart flares as if life itself were being stolen. A woman near the back lowered her eyes. For months she had not spoken kindly to her sister over the matter of a woven shawl left behind by their mother. The shawl was too worn to bring value at market. It warmed no one better than any other cloth, yet each believed the other wanted not fabric but victory. Beneath the argument lay an older wound, a quiet fear that the mother had loved one daughter more. The shawl had become the shape of that fear. Listening now, the woman felt the heat of shame rise in her face. She had thought her bitterness was about fairness. But perhaps she had been gripping memory through cloth, asking a faded object to settle a hunger no object could settle. Others recognized themselves in smaller ways. A man who counted his stored beans every evening. A widow who touched the latch on her chest box 3 times before sleeping. A boy who hid broken trinkets because he could not bear to throw away anything once called his own. Their suffering did not come only when things were lost. It came before loss, in the constant guarding, and after loss, in the refusal to accept that all held things pass through open hands. Then the Buddha spoke of being right, and this was a fire almost everyone knew. There were quarrels in the village, older than some of the children running barefoot through its lanes. 2 neighbors disputed where one boundary ended and the other began, though the marker stone had long ago been moved by rain. Brothers repeated the same argument each planting season. Each certain memory favored him. Wives carried sentences in their hearts for years, waiting for the one moment they might finally be justified. Even those too polite to raise their voices often lived with a secret courtroom inside, where they replayed old scenes and awarded themselves victory over and over. The Buddha did not say that truth was unimportant, nor that wrong should be called right, but he pointed to the pain of fastening one's whole self to the need to prevail. To be right can become more precious than peace, more nourishing to the ego than bread is to the body. When that happens, a person no longer seeks understanding. He seeks proof. She seeks confirmation. Every conversation becomes a weighing of injuries, every silence a disguised accusation. A middle-aged potter thought of his brother at once. They had not shared a meal in 2 years. The argument had begun over clay, taken from a riverbank both believed they could use. Since then, it had attached itself to other grievances, until neither could remember where one offense ended and the next began. The potter had told himself that he stayed away because his brother was arrogant and impossible. Now another thought entered him, quieter and more troubling. Perhaps he too had been feeding on the righteousness of his hurt. Perhaps the quarrel had become a shelter for his pride. To let go would feel at first like losing. Yet what had this victory given him except a lonely seat at festivals and a heart quick to harden whenever his brother's name was spoken? The teaching moved deeper still. It touched grief, that most tender and guarded place. Here the villagers grew very still because nearly every family had buried someone before their time. A child taken by fever, a husband crushed beneath a cart, a sister gone in childbirth, a grandfather who lay down one evening and did not rise. The Buddha did not mock grief. He did not ask them to become cold. He knew that mourning is woven into love. But he spoke of the way grief, too, can become something the mind clings to, not because loss is false, but because identity forms around it. A bereaved mother may begin to feel that if she laughs, she betrays her child. A widower may polish sorrow until it becomes the final proof of his devotion. A daughter may return to the same memory every night, not to honor the dead, but to keep the wound from closing, because she no longer knows who she would be without it. At these words, one woman began to weep without sound. Her son had died 3 winters before. Since then she had refused songs, festivals, bright cloth, any sweetness placed before her. Those around her had called her faithful in mourning. Some had admired the seriousness of her sorrow, but in the hidden chambers of her own heart, she knew there was more. She feared that if she let sunlight touch her again, the world would assume her son no longer mattered. So she had clung to pain as if pain were remembrance itself. Now, for the first time, She saw that grief can honor the dead, but it can also imprison the living. Her tears fell not because she loved her son less, but because she suddenly sensed that love did not require endless self-wounding. And then came revenge, the darkest ember many had kept alive under ash. In villages, revenge is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is small and patient, refusing help when help is needed, withholding good grain from a household in trouble, repeating a rumor at just the right moment, making sure a marriage proposal fails, telling one's children whom never to trust, passing injury from one generation to the next until grandchildren inherit enemies they never met. A man who had lost his brother in a fight years earlier felt his jaw lock. He had spent so long imagining justice that he no longer noticed how often those thoughts visited him. He pictured disgrace befalling the family of the man responsible. He listened eagerly when hardship touched their house. He had told himself this was loyalty to the dead. But now the teaching uncovered something bitter. Revenge had become a private fire he fed daily, and though he meant it to burn others, it had blackened his own inner walls first. The one he hated still lived in his mind, eating from his peace. The Buddha's voice remained steady. To cling to anger, he said, is to believe pain can be purified by keeping it hot. Yet a coal carried for throwing burns the palm that holds it. Some in the gathering looked away. They had long believed their torment came from what had been done to them. Now they were being asked to see another layer of truth. That injury may arrive from outside, but bondage continues when the heart wraps itself around resentment and calls it strength. He also spoke of imagined futures, and this startled them most, because many thought hope could never be part of suffering. Yet there is wholesome intention, and there is desperate attachment to what has not happened. The young man who says, "When I marry, then I will be whole." The mother who says, "When my son becomes important, then my life will be vindicated." The farmer who says, "When one perfect harvest comes, then I will finally rest." The girl who imagines a distant city as pure freedom, untouched by loneliness or loss. The old who dream of one apology, one return, one reversal that will repair every year behind them. The future can become another object of grasping, more dangerous because it has no edges. A person can live not in the day before him, but in a fantasy he defends with fierce devotion. Then each ordinary morning feels like failure, each imperfect season feels like betrayal. What is not yet real acquires the power to wound more deeply than what is. A quiet boy, nearly grown, stared at the ground as he heard this. He had spent years telling himself that once he left the village, all heaviness would vanish. He would never be ashamed, never be poor, never be overlooked again. He had built a future so shining that the present seemed unbearable by comparison. Now he wondered whether he had chained himself not only to this place, but to an illusion of elsewhere. If he carried the same hungry mind with him, would distance alone save him? Across the gathering, faces had changed. Not all were convinced. Some resisted. Some wanted to argue that pain was still mostly caused by weather, hunger, illness, unfairness, and yes, by the cruelty of others. And the Buddha did not deny any of that. He simply revealed that beyond outer conditions there is an inner fastening. Without seeing it, people remain trapped even when circumstances improve. With seeing it, a door begins to appear even in harsh conditions. This was the painful mercy of the teaching. The villagers had first been relieved to hear that suffering was not proof of personal failure. Now they were being asked to look again and admit that they themselves helped stitch the net that held them. Not by choosing misfortune, but by clasping it, naming it me, always, never, and refusing to let the river of life carry anything away. Pride, memory, judgment, injury, longing, these had become invisible ropes. Even those with almost nothing could be bound by them more tightly than by iron. Yet in that recognition there was freedom unlike the false comfort of blame. If misery came only from outside, then the heart could do nothing but wait, endure, accuse, and fear. But if some part of the binding happened within, then some part of release could also begin within. What is unseen governs quietly. What is seen loses some of its command. So the villagers sat with their discomfort, as with a bitter medicine dissolving on the tongue. They recognized themselves in ways they had not expected. They began to understand that the hand gripping sorrow, status, possession, certainty, revenge, or fantasy was also the hand growing tired from the effort. And as resistance softened, the villagers began asking not only what caused their pain, but whether another way of living was possible. And whether another way of living was possible, the villagers asked with a seriousness that surprised even themselves. They had listened to the Buddha speak of suffering, of craving, of the restless movements of the heart, and now a quieter question waited among them. If the roots of pain could be seen, then how was one to walk differently from dawn until nightfall? How was a life to be lived when one still had rice to pound, roofs to mend, animals to tend, children to calm, and griefs that did not disappear simply because truth had been spoken aloud? The Buddha did not answer them with something distant or grand. He did not tell them that peace belonged only to those who withdrew into caves, or to monks beneath forest trees, or to sages untouched by dust and noise. He spoke in a way that could be carried home in bare hands. He spoke of a path that entered ordinary days so gently that many almost missed its greatness. Speak kindly. Act honestly. Earn one's food without causing needless harm. Guard the mind, not with violence but with understanding. Return again and again to what is true, even when the heart prefers what is familiar. To some, this sounded too simple. The village had known hard seasons, buried its dead, endured old resentments, and worn grooves of habit so deep they felt like fate. Could words as modest as kindness and honesty really loosen what years had tightened? The Buddha seemed to understand their doubt. He did not ask them to become holy in the eyes of others. He did not demand that they become strange, severe, or above human weakness. He asked for sincerity. He asked that they begin where they already stood. He looked toward the houses clustered near the well, toward the footpaths leading out to the fields, toward the cooking fires where women leaned over evening pots, toward the rough hands of men who measured the year by rain and harvest. And he made it plain that awakening did not belong only to still places hidden from the world. A kitchen could become a place of patience. A field could become a place of attention. A shared well could become a place where generosity or resentment revealed themselves clearly. The sacred was not somewhere else. It waited inside the next word, the next gesture, the next choice. So he began with speech, because speech was where many wounds in the village were made. Sharp words had traveled faster than carts. Old humiliations were kept alive by retelling. Envy found easy clothing in mockery. Fear disguised itself as accusation. The Buddha invited them to notice this, not to shame them, but to free them. A sentence spoken in anger could linger in a person for years. A rumor thrown carelessly into the air could return as mistrust between families. But speech used wisely could also cool what was burning. He told them to ask of their words, are they true? Are they helpful? Are they timely? Are they spoken with a heart that wishes not to injure? This was not polished philosophy for scholars. It was instruction fit for the morning marketplace. It meant pausing before repeating what one had heard about a neighbor. It meant refusing to sweeten a lie because truth felt inconvenient. It meant not using another's weakness as entertainment after sunset. It meant learning that silence, when filled with understanding, could be more loving than many opinions. At first, the villagers practiced awkwardly. A fisherman who usually barked at his sons caught himself midway through a harsh command and started again, his voice lowered. Two sisters who had not spoken without bitterness for months found themselves remembering the Buddha's words before opening old accusations once more. An elderly woman, long accustomed to collecting tidbits of scandal as if they were fuel for lonely afternoons, noticed how her chest tightened whenever she carried one story to the next doorstep. Seeing this, she began, little by little, to let some stories die in her keeping. Then he spoke of action, of the body as the servant of intention. To refrain from harming, from stealing, from abusing trust was not merely a rule meant to control behavior. It was a way of protecting the mind from coarseness. Every dishonest act left a mark, however quickly excused. Every cruelty rehearsed itself. Every indulgence in domination made tenderness harder to remember. But every act of restraint, every refusal to injure when one had the power to do so, strengthened something clear and upright inside. This too had to be translated into village life. It meant a farmer not shifting the boundary stones of his plot by a hand's width in the night, even if he believed no one would notice. It meant a young man returning a tool he could easily have kept. It meant not striking an animal in blind rage because the day had gone poorly. It meant that desire was not a permission slip to take what was not freely given, whether property, labor, loyalty, or affection. In these small disciplines, the villagers began to see that morality was not a burden laid upon life from outside. It was the architecture of trust. Trust had been thin in the village for many years. People still greeted one another. They still shared festivals and grief rituals and labor when floods came. Yet under these necessary ties, suspicion often slept with one eye open. Who was taking more than their share? Who was secretly pleased by another's misfortune? Who could be counted on when circumstances turned difficult? The Buddha's teaching entered this hidden unease. Honest action was not abstract virtue. It was the slow rebuilding of a place where people no longer needed to guard their hearts at every turn. He spoke also of work, and here many listened with unusual attention. Work consumed most of their lives. If the path could not live there, then it could live nowhere. The Buddha did not tell them that labor was beneath spiritual concern, nor did he divide the world into pure tasks and impure tasks according to pride. He asked instead whether one's work was rooted in care or greed, in service or exploitation, in steadiness or heedlessness. Right livelihood, as he offered it, was not measured by status. It was measured by the kinds of consequences it sowed. The potter turning clay on his wheel could do so with patience, making vessels strong enough to endure, or with hurried carelessness that would leave families with cracked jars and wasted grain. The woman selling vegetables at the roadside could use false weights and smile while doing it, or she could trade fairly and sleep without inner bargaining. The herdsman could drive his animals with relentless force as if living creatures were only moving property, or he could guide them with enough firmness to protect and enough softness to remain human himself. Even sweeping one's doorway in the morning could be done resentfully, as if life were an endless list of demands, or gratefully, as part of making a place fit for living beings. The villagers were beginning to understand that the path was not asking them to abandon the ordinary. It was asking them to inhabit it differently. To cook with attention was not the same as merely finishing the meal. To listen to a child fully, even for a brief moment, was not the same as hearing noise, while the mind wandered elsewhere. To draw water from the well without impatience. To share the path without muttered insult. To offer a fair measure, to admit a mistake before being cornered by it, to stop before anger crossed into harm. These were no small matters. They were the texture from which a whole life was woven. Still, perhaps the most difficult teaching was about the mind itself. Kind speech could be attempted. Honest action could be chosen. Careful work could be practiced. But how was one to deal with the storm within? Many villagers had believed that if an ugly thought appeared, it proved something shameful and permanent about them. Others believed thoughts were commands. If anger arrived, it had to be obeyed. If jealousy stirred, it had to be fed. If fear tightened the chest, then danger must be near. The Buddha offered another way of seeing. He told them to watch the mind without fear, not to worship every thought, not to fight every thought, but to know it as it arose. Here is anger, here is longing, here is pride, here is grief, here is the wish to be praised, here is the fear of being overlooked. In this simple naming, there was already space. A person was not the same thing as the passing weather of the heart. Feeling could be strong without becoming master. Thought could appear without becoming truth. This was new for them. They had watched skies, seasons, livestock, and crops all their lives. They knew when rain was gathering by the smell of the air. They knew a sick animal by its gait. They knew by touch whether grain had dried enough for storage. But few had learned to observe the mind with the same patient intelligence. So the Buddha invited them to begin there. Notice what happens before the voice sharpens. Notice what hunger turns into when it is mixed with resentment. Notice how comparison enters when another is praised. Notice the brief heat of wanting, and how it changes if not immediately obeyed. A widow who lived near the tamarind tree tried this one afternoon when she heard laughter from a neighboring courtyard and imagined she was being mocked. Usually she would have held the hurt until evening, then released it through coldness or a cutting remark. But this time she remained still long enough to see the movement inside herself. First came the sound, then the assumption, then the wound of being left out, then the wish to strike back before anyone could strike her. By seeing the chain, she no longer had to complete it. The laughter next door did not become peace, but it also did not become another quarrel. A boy old enough to help in the fields noticed the flare of envy when his younger brother was praised for carrying water without complaint. He felt the familiar urge to sneer, to remind everyone of a mistake the younger one had made the previous week. Yet because the teaching had reached him, even imperfectly, he saw the envy as envy. He felt its heat in the body, its story in the mind, and in that recognition, something softened. The praise given to another no longer had to become a theft from him. This was how the path entered them, not all at once and not without failure. Some days they remembered, some days they forgot completely. A woman might spend the morning in patience and lose it by noon. A man might speak gently at home and then exaggerate in the marketplace before sunset. Old habits did not vanish because wisdom had visited, but now forgetting itself could be noticed sooner. Regret could become instruction rather than self-hatred. Beginning again could happen before another season was wasted. The Buddha made no promise that attention would erase pain from human life. Bodies would still age. Weather would still turn against the crops. Loved ones would still fall ill, leave or die. Misunderstandings would still occur. Effort still be required. But he showed them that suffering was deepened when the mind added blindness to what life already carried. To meet difficulty with awareness, compassion, and restraint was to stop building extra rooms inside sorrow and then trapping oneself there. Gradually, the villagers sensed the dignity in this. They were not being summoned into a life of display. No one needed to become impressive. No one was asked to wear wisdom like an ornament. The path did not require them to appear extraordinary before one another. It required honesty in hidden moments. It required returning the borrowed basket. It required not speaking the cruel thing that would have felt satisfying for a breath and poisonous afterward. It required noticing when the heart wanted to harden and asking whether hardening truly protected anything worth keeping. And because the teaching was so near to life, it became difficult to dismiss. A monk in distant mountains could be admired and forgotten, but one could not easily ignore a teaching that followed the hand. Pouring water for a neighbor, the mouth answering a spouse, the mind reacting to insult, the feet walking home after a weary day. The path was humble enough to enter anywhere. It asked only that a person be present enough to receive it. In time, the village itself began to feel this change in small but unmistakable ways. At the well, there were slightly fewer barbed remarks disguised as jokes. In the fields, agreements were spoken more plainly. In homes where silence had once meant resentment, it sometimes began to mean rest. Children, though they did not understand doctrine, learned from the altered air around them. They saw apologies offered more quickly. They heard less shouting stretched across the same old wounds. They watched adults pause before acting, and from that pause they learned that impulse was not destiny. Yet gentleness is easiest to admire when the world is calm. Anyone can speak of patience on a day without insult, of fairness where nothing valuable is at stake, of watchfulness when the mind is untroubled. The true weight of the Buddha's teaching had not yet been fully tested. It would be tested when memory returned with its old injuries, when scarcity sharpened suspicion, when pride was touched, when long-buried resentments stirred again between neighbors and kin. Then the village would learn whether these simple teachings had truly entered the bone, or whether they had only passed like evening light across the walls. And it did not take long for the testing to begin. The first strain came, as it so often had, from water. A narrow channel fed the gardens at the eastern edge of the village, and in dry weeks every household watched its flow with anxious eyes. For years, people had measured fairness not by trust but by vigilance. They counted buckets. They remembered whose field had been greener in the previous season. They noticed footprints in damp soil before sunrise and drew conclusions before breakfast. So when one morning the stream ran thinner than expected, old thoughts returned with a speed that startled even those who had begun to believe themselves changed. A man named Sona stood at the bank, his sandals wet with mud, staring at the weakened current as though it were a personal insult. He was not a cruel man, but he had spent much of his life feeling cheated by small things. To him, every shortage seemed connected to every prior loss. His father had once quarreled with the family uphill, and in Sona's mind that ancient grievance had never fully ended. When he saw the channel partially blocked with loose reeds and stones near his neighbor's boundary, his chest tightened at once. The old story leaped up, fully formed. They have done this to take more for themselves. They smile in public and steal in private. Nothing has changed. He called out before he had truly seen, and his voice carried farther than the stream itself. The neighbor he accused, an older woman named Miri, came from her yard already flushed with offense. She had her own history with insult. She had spent years defending her household against careless assumptions, and age had not made her more willing to endure accusation politely. She answered sharply, then more sharply still. Within moments, each word invited another. Their children lingered nearby, pretending to gather kindling while listening with hard, familiar attention. Two other neighbors drifted closer, not to calm things, but to confirm in their own hearts which side they had long expected to be at fault. It might once have gone the way such moments always went. Voices would harden into declarations. Declarations would become humiliation. Humiliation would demand witnesses. And by evening half the village would be sorting blame into old categories, speaking as if the quarrel of one morning had merely revealed what everyone already knew about everyone else. But something small happened first. Not peace, not wisdom shining brightly enough to end the conflict in an instant, only a pause. Sona opened his mouth to say the next cruel thing, the one already rising to his tongue, and he felt his own heat before he released it. The Buddha had once spoken of anger not as a command but as a fire, first burning the one who carried it. Sona had nodded when he heard those words. He had admired them. Yet admiration was one thing, remembering in the middle of fury was another. Still, in that muddy place beside the stream, He noticed the pounding in his throat, the pressure in his jaw, the sudden narrowing of the world. He saw, if only dimly, that his certainty had arrived before understanding. His silence lasted only a few breaths. It was not heroic, but it changed the shape of the moment. Miri, seeing that brief restraint, faltered too. She looked beyond the accusation and down at the channel itself. There, tangled against a root, was not a carefully built obstruction, but a gathering of debris from the previous night's wind. The reeds had caught leaves, the leaves had caught silt, and the current had slowed. No one had planned it. No one had stolen anything. The truth lay there plainly, almost embarrassingly plain. No one laughed with relief. Pride rarely surrenders so gracefully. Sona muttered that someone should have noticed sooner. Miri replied that anyone with eyes could have checked before shouting. Their words still carried edge, but the edge had lost its deepest hunger. Together, with awkward movements and no apology worth naming, they cleared the blockage. The water moved again. Later, people would speak of that morning in different ways. Some said it proved the teachings were already working. Others said it proved nothing at all, because anger had still come so quickly. Both were right, in part. The old habits had not disappeared. They had merely been interrupted. Yet interruption mattered. The path was not made of perfect hearts. It was made of moments in which a person saw the mind beginning to run and, however clumsily, tried not to let it go all the way. Inside their homes, the struggle was often harder. It is easier, in some ways, to speak gently to a neighbor under public eyes than to a brother, a wife, a mother, or a son, when the same disappointment has passed through the household 100 times before. Familiar love can hide familiar contempt. A person can forgive a stranger's roughness more readily than the repeated carelessness of someone whose footsteps they know by sound alone. In one small house near the tamarind tree, a young woman named Lale cooked the evening rice while her mother corrected every movement she made. Too much water, not enough flame. Why set the bowl there? Why move so slowly? The comments were not new. They had shaped the air between them for years, until both women had learned to tighten themselves before speaking. Since hearing the Buddha, Lele had tried to answer differently. She reminded herself that her mother's sharpness was woven with fear, fatigue, and a life spent carrying burdens without tenderness. Some evenings this understanding softened her. Some evenings it did not. That night, the day had already been long. Smoke clung to the room. A younger child was crying in the corner. The pot nearly tipped as Lele turned, and her mother clicked her tongue in exasperation. Such a tiny sound, and yet it struck every old bruise at once. Lele felt the familiar rush, the fierce wish to wound before being wounded again. For one instant she stood very still, spoon in hand, seeing the anger rise like floodwater. She even remembered to breathe. Then she spoke anyway. The words came out low and bitter, more controlled than a shout, and in some ways more painful because of it. She asked whether her mother had ever spent a single day in silence. She asked whether fault was the only language she knew. She said things she had long rehearsed inwardly and had only been waiting to release. The room changed at once. Her mother's face tightened, then emptied. The child in the corner stopped crying, not from comfort but from alarm. And Lele, though part of her felt the dark satisfaction of finally striking back, also felt the immediate heaviness that follows when anger gets exactly what it wants. She left the room before tears could come. Outside, beneath the dimming sky, she sat behind the house and wept with a kind of shame more exhausting than rage. She had listened to the teachings. She had believed them beautiful. She had even imagined that she was becoming calmer. Yet here she was again, speaking from the oldest wound, as though no new understanding had ever entered her life. When she went the next day to sit where others gathered near the Buddha, she kept to the edge. She expected, perhaps without fully admitting it, that the path belonged more naturally to those who could improve quickly. She was not alone in that thought. Many in the village had begun to compare themselves in secret. Who had become more serene? Who seemed less troubled? Who still lost their temper, still gossiped, still flinched at insult? Even spiritual effort can become another form of pride, another place where the mind divides the world into the worthy and the failing. But when the Buddha spoke of practice, he did not speak as though human beings were clay statues to be reshaped in one smooth motion. He spoke as one who understood repetition, forgetfulness, and return. A mind trained for years in fear or resentment would not become clear merely because clarity had been described to it. Seeing the path was not the same as having already walked it. To notice that one had strayed was not proof of unworthiness. It was itself part of waking up. Lali listened without raising her eyes. She did not know whether his words were meant for her. They were not addressed to her by name, yet they entered the exact place where her self-judgment had settled. Begin again, the teaching seemed to say, not because the failure is unimportant, but because refusing to begin again is only another form of attachment to the self one wishes to defend or condemn. That same week, suspicion returned in another corner of the village, this time between two men who shared a wall between their homes and had never trusted one another fully. One believed the other had moved a boundary marker to gain a little more ground. The marker itself was only a stone, but the meanings wrapped around it were generations old. Land was memory. Land was dignity. Land was proof that one's father had not lived in vain. They argued in front of their households until others emerged to watch. One of the men, Tavin, had recently become known for speaking often about restraint. He had repeated the Buddha's words to anyone who would listen. He advised patience in disputes. He nodded solemnly when others confessed their failings. And perhaps because he had come to cherish this newer image of himself, the argument tested him with unusual severity. When his neighbor accused him of dishonesty, Tavin did not merely feel anger. He felt his goodness challenged. He felt the identity he was building begin to crack. So he reacted not only with temper but with righteousness, which can be harder than temper to loosen. He insisted on his virtue. He drew witnesses into the matter. He spoke with a polished calm that barely concealed contempt. Those around him noticed the difference. This was no open shouting match, but neither was it peace. The ego can dress itself in discipline and still remain hungry to win. An elderly farmer eventually suggested measuring the ground from an older tree stump. Both men accepted as fixed. They did so. The marker had shifted, but not by either man's hand. Recent rains had softened the earth enough for the stone to tilt and slide. Again, the truth was less dramatic than the suspicion surrounding it. This time, however, the embarrassment cut deeper because Tavin had spoken so publicly of wisdom. For several days afterward he withdrew, offering little conversation. Some thought his silence was reflection. Others guessed, correctly, that he was wounded by the discovery that his composure had depended so much on being seen as composed. When he finally returned to sit with the others, he confessed not that he had felt anger, but that he had wanted to be superior to it. The distinction mattered. Many nodded in recognition. It is one thing to battle fury, it is another to make an identity from appearing peaceful. The Buddha's compassion reached there too. He did not shame the man for hidden pride, nor praise him falsely to ease discomfort. Instead, he pointed gently toward the same task as always. Know what is present, do not cling to it, and begin again. Not long after Tavin's silence broke into confession, another test arrived, quieter than a boundary dispute but no less sharp, because it moved between two women who had once called each other friend. Their names were Amba and Devi, and they had grown up drawing water from the same well, trading small kindnesses so often that neither remembered who had started the habit. Amba wove baskets from reed, Devi wove cloth from cotton she carded herself. For years, their work had sat side by side at the market without complaint, one craft never crowding the other. But that season, Devi's daughter had been asked for in marriage by a family from the next village, a household known for its full granary and its gentle sons, while Amber's daughter, older by 2 years and no less kind, had received no such offer. At first, Amber told herself she was glad. She said the words aloud, even standing at Devi's threshold with a smile that cost her more than she expected. But gladness that must be announced so often begins to wear thin, and within a week, she noticed herself counting things she had never counted before. How often Devi mentioned the coming wedding, how the other women lingered at Devi's loom to admire the cloth meant for the bride, how her own daughter grew quieter at gatherings where marriage was the only subject worth raising. She did not accuse Devi of anything. She was too careful or too proud for that. Instead, she grew distant in small ways. She stopped stopping by. She answered questions shortly. When Devi asked with real concern whether something had changed between them, Amber said no so quickly that the word itself became evidence of yes. One evening, at the edge of the gathering beneath the great tree, Amber found herself seated near enough to hear the Buddha speak of comparison, though she had not gone there to listen for herself. She had gone, she told herself, only to bring her younger son home before dark. He spoke of how the mind measures one life against another, the way a merchant weighs grain, forgetting that no two harvests grow from the same soil, the same rain, the same years of labor behind them. He said that a joy witnessed in another's house was not a theft from one's own. Unless the heart insisted on keeping a ledger it was never asked to keep. Amber did not rise to speak. She was not ready for that. But she carried the words home heavier than she had carried them there. And that night she lay awake turning them over the way one turns a stone to see what lives beneath it. She found, underneath her coldness toward Devi, not malice but fear. Fear that her daughter's worth had been quietly weighed by the whole village and found wanting, and that her own years of careful mothering had somehow not been enough. It was easier to withdraw from her friend than to sit with that fear in the open. Days passed before she could bring herself to speak of it, and when she finally did, it was not with an apology prepared in advance, but with a plain, unpracticed honesty. She went to Devi while the older woman was winding thread onto a spindle, and she said that she had been unkind, and that the unkindness had come from a jealousy she was ashamed to name, and that she did not know how to want good things for her friend and still ache for her own daughter at the same time. Devi set the spindle down. She did not offer easy comfort, and she did not pretend the ache was foolish. She only said that she had feared losing Amber's friendship more than she had let herself admit, and that she had noticed the distance and told herself it meant nothing, because the alternative was too painful to face directly. The two women sat with that for a while, saying little else, until the silence between them stopped feeling like a wall and became instead something closer to rest. The marriage still went forward as planned, and Amber's daughter still waited, as many daughters in that village had waited before her, for a proposal that might or might not come. Nothing about the outer shape of things had changed. But the two women returned to trading kindnesses at the well, and when the wedding day arrived, it was Amber who helped braid flowers into the bride's hair, her hands steady, her heart carrying both a private sorrow and a genuine joy, learning, as so many in the village were learning that season, that the two could sit together in one chest without either one having to win. So the village changed, but unevenly, like dry ground receiving rain in scattered patches. In some places the soil softened quickly, in others it resisted, hardened by years of heat. A husband would catch himself before delivering an old insult and later boast too proudly about his restraint. A grandmother would keep silent through one irritation only to pour out resentment over another. Brothers would settle a dispute by sunset, then rehearse it inwardly for 3 more days. Children, watching all this, learned not that adults had become perfect, but that adults could struggle honestly in view of one another. There were evenings when progress seemed almost invisible. Harsh tones still slipped into market exchanges. Doors still shut too loudly after family quarrels. People still carried stories about each other that they were reluctant to release. More than once someone would leave a gathering inspired, only to be caught the next morning in pettiness, so ordinary it felt almost comical. And yet the village was not the same as before. Failure no longer ended the effort. Shame no longer had the final word in every heart. That was perhaps the quietest miracle of all. Before, a mistake often became a destiny. A man who shouted was simply a man who shouted. A bitter woman was only bitter. A household trapped in grievance expected grievance as its inheritance. But now another possibility had entered. A person could see what had happened and not build a home inside it. One could say, "I was taken by anger. I believed my suspicion. I spoke to wound." And then, after sorrow, after apology, if apology possible, after the sting of seeing oneself clearly, one could try again. This did not make pain disappear for those on the receiving end of harsh words. Compassion did not ask people to pretend they had not been hurt. It did not erase consequences. The mother still remembered Lele's bitterness. The neighbors at the stream still felt the sting of accusation. Tavin's household still saw how quickly pride had dressed itself in virtue. The path was tender, but it was not sentimental. It asked for honesty along with mercy. And slowly, because honesty was becoming less frightening, mercy became more believable. People began to recognize the first signs in themselves: a tightening around the eyes, a rehearsed argument rising before the other person had finished speaking, the body leaning forward as if conflict itself were a kind of momentum. Sometimes they still surrendered to it. Sometimes they caught it halfway. Sometimes, astonishingly, they stopped before words were born. Each of these moments mattered. Each one widened, however slightly, the narrow space between feeling and action. In that space, the village was learning a freedom it had never fully trusted. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom from complete obedience to old patterns. There would be more failures, more sudden flare-ups, more bruised egos, more exhausted evenings in which people wondered whether true change was too much to hope for. But the teachings had already planted something deeper than immediate success. They had given the villagers a way to meet their own broken attempts without turning away in disgust. They had shown that stumbling did not cancel sincerity, that relapse was not proof of emptiness, and that compassion belonged not only to the calm and disciplined, but also to the ashamed, the impulsive, and the late learning. In that permission to begin again, the village found a tenderness stronger than shame. And yet, among all the small efforts to begin again, there remained some sorrows that did not soften simply because wise words had been spoken nearby. There was a mother in the village whose grief had become so complete that even the changing light of day seemed unable to reach her. Before loss came to her door, she had been known for her laughter, for the way she carried water on her hip and a song in her throat, for the way her child's name seemed always ready on her lips like a blessing. Her son had been small, quick-footed, and bright-eyed, the kind of child who made even stern elders hide their smiles when he ran past. Then sickness came, sudden and burning, and before anyone could believe what was happening, the child's breath had thinned, faltered, and gone. After that, the mother no longer moved through the village as though she belonged to it. She walked in it as one walks through a dream after waking from a nightmare too real to escape. The path to the well, the shade of the trees, the familiar walls of her home, the murmuring evening voices beyond her doorway, All of it remained, and yet all of it had become strange. Nothing in the world had the decency to stop. Morning still arrived. Rice still had to be cleaned. Smoke still rose from cooking fires. Neighbors still spoke of weather and grain and aching backs. She could not forgive any of it. To her, the world had become offensive in its persistence. When others tried to comfort her, their words landed like dry leaves on stone. Some told her time would ease the pain. Some told her she must be strong. Some whispered that another child might one day come. Others, frightened by the depth of her sorrow, stopped speaking to her of the child at all. But her son had not become less real because others had grown quiet. If anything, their silence sharpened the edges of her loneliness. She began to feel that she was living in a place where everyone had agreed to continue breathing, while she alone had been buried alive. There were moments when she held one of his small garments and could still remember the warmth of his body within it. There were nights when she woke with the certainty that she had heard him call. Sometimes she set aside food before remembering there would be no small hand reaching toward it. Sometimes she sat by the doorway until the stars had risen high, as though waiting long enough might persuade the world to return what it had taken. Grief made time behave strangely. The day of his death did not remain behind her. It moved with her, repeating itself inside every hour. People noticed how bitterness had begun to live beside her sorrow. She could not bear the sight of mothers laughing with their children. She turned away from festival songs. When she heard babies cry, something inside her clenched so tightly that she had to press her hand against her chest. If she saw young boys racing through the dust, she felt not joy for their life, but anger that life had chosen them and not hers. She hated herself for this, and then hated the world for making such hatred possible. This, too, was part of grief, not only the pure ache of missing, but the frightening distortions that pain casts across the heart when it cannot find rest. By then, the teachings brought by the Buddha had already begun changing the village in quiet ways. People spoke more carefully. Some caught their anger before it became injury. Some learned to sit with unease instead of immediately fleeing it. But the grieving mother watched all of this with a hard and distant gaze. What use was talk of calm to someone whose child lay beyond all calling? What use was patience to a heart split open? If suffering could be understood, then let someone explain why her arms were empty. If peace could be cultivated, let someone show her where it had gone when her son died. At first she refused even to go near the places where the Buddha taught. She did not want wisdom. She wanted reversal. She did not want serenity. She wanted one more breath in the small body she had washed, held, and wept over. Yet despair has a way of exhausting its own resistance. There comes a point when even bitterness grows tired, when the mind that has beaten itself against the same impossible wall begins, if only faintly, to wonder whether another way of living might exist. One morning, after a night so sleepless it seemed not to belong to darkness but to some endless inner storm, she rose before dawn and went out alone. The village was hushed. Mist sat low over the earth. The air carried that fragile chill that comes just before first light fully takes hold. She walked without planning to, only following the pressure in her chest that made staying still unbearable. Her feet brought her to the edge of the gathering place where the Buddha sometimes sat with those who came to listen. She did not enter at once. She stood beyond the others, hidden partly by a tree, her body tense as if she had come not to hear but to accuse. The Buddha was speaking softly, not with force, not with the urgency of one trying to conquer anyone's disbelief. He was speaking of suffering as something woven through all conditioned life, not as punishment, not as failure, but as part of the fragile nature of all things that arise and pass away. The mother heard the words and felt anger rise immediately. Arise and pass away? Was that what her son had done? Was that all? And yet she remained. Perhaps she stayed because his voice did not try to outshout her pain. Perhaps because no one around him seemed hurried to fix what could not be fixed. Perhaps because, for the first time since her child's death, she heard suffering named without embarrassment. When the others had gone, she stepped forward. Her face was worn by sleeplessness and grief. Her voice, when it came, was rough from crying and from all the words she had swallowed in front of people who did not know what to say. She asked him to help her, not to teach her patience, not to tell her to accept fate. She asked him, with the blunt desperation of a heart at its edge, to give her back a reason to live in a world that had become unbearable. Some say she asked for medicine to heal her child. Some say she knew by then that no medicine could do that, and what she sought was some cure for her own madness of grief. In truth, those two longings were not far apart. She still wanted the impossible, and she wanted release from wanting it. The Buddha looked at her not with pity that diminishes, nor with distance that protects itself, but with the kind of seeing that leaves nothing outside compassion. He did not tell her that she should already understand. He did not offer sweet phrases to cover the rawness of death. Instead, he gave her a task. He told her to go into the village and bring back a handful of mustard seeds from a home that had never known death. For a moment, hope flared in her with painful brightness. Mustard seeds were common. Every kitchen had them. The request seemed simple enough to contain a miracle. She turned and went quickly, almost running, as though the answer to her suffering might at last be held in an ordinary palm. At the first house, she asked for mustard seeds, and the woman there immediately offered them. Then the grieving mother asked, with urgent insistence, whether death had ever touched that home. The woman's face changed. She spoke of a father gone during the rains, of a sister buried in the dry season years before. The mother withdrew, confused, and went on. At the second house, there had been a child lost in infancy. At the third, an old grandmother who had once sat by the doorway each afternoon and was now only remembered in stories. At the fourth, a husband taken by shell fever. At the fifth, a daughter who had not survived childbirth. Door after door, threshold after threshold, she carried the same question, and everywhere the answer met her with a different face and the same truth. Some spoke plainly, some wept as they answered. Some grew quiet first, as though opening a room long kept shut. One elderly man invited her to sit and told her the names of 3 sons he had outlived. A young wife, hardly older than a girl, held her baby while describing the mother she still reached for in her mind whenever fear visited her. A laborer with dust on his clothing stared at the ground and admitted that he still listened in sleep for the brother who used to snore beside him. As the day stretched on, the mother's pace began to slow. At first, she had heard these stories impatiently, almost angrily, because they delayed her search. Their dead were not her dead. Their sorrow could not replace hers. But repetition wore through something in her certainty. Not certainty that her pain was real, but certainty that she had been singled out by a cruelty no one else could understand. In each home, grief had lived in another form. In each home, love had met loss and had not escaped untouched. She began to notice details she had been too consumed to see before. The woman whose hands kept moving over vegetables as she spoke of a lost child, because dinner still had to be prepared for those still living. The old man who smiled faintly when remembering a son's stubbornness, grief and affection resting side by side. The girl who wiped her eyes and adjusted her baby on her hip with the same gesture. Life and sorrow had not cancelled one another. They had become interwoven. By late afternoon, the mustard seeds in her mind no longer mattered. She stood for a long time outside one small house where she had just heard of a boy drowned many years before. The mother who had told the story was old now. Her back was bent. Her voice had no dramatic force in it, only the weathered steadiness of someone who had cried until crying changed shape. "I still miss him," the old woman had said, But I do not ask the river to return him anymore. Something in those words entered the grieving mother like the first drop of rain into a season-hardened field. She kept walking, but now she was not searching for an untouched house. She was walking through the map of human sorrow, and with each step her own grief, though no smaller in its love, became less isolated in its anguish. She saw that death had visited every lane, every family, every generation. It had sat at rich doorways and poor ones alike. It had come to infants and elders, to gentle people and difficult ones, to those expected to die and those no one was ready to lose. No bargaining could keep it outside forever. As evening drew near, the village looked different to her. Not kinder exactly, and not less painful, but more truthful. The laughter of children no longer seemed like an insult. It seemed fragile. The cooking fires no longer appeared indifferent. They appeared temporary, flickering against the dark. Faces she had thought untouched by sorrow now seemed to contain hidden rooms. She was not alone on a broken shore. She had been standing in the middle of a vast unseen kinship of loss. When she returned to the Buddha, her hands were empty. She knelt before him, and for a while she could not speak. The silence around her was not oppressive. It was spacious enough to hold what words could not yet manage. When at last she raised her eyes, something in them had changed. The wild demand had softened, not disappeared, not healed, but loosened. "There is no house untouched," she said. The Buddha received her words gently, as one receives truth that has cost someone dearly. He spoke then not of forgetting, and not of ceasing to love. He spoke of impermanence, of the nature of all living things to arise, change and pass away. He spoke of how suffering deepens when the heart clenches against what cannot be kept. He did not ask her to become cold. He invited her to see that love need not vanish when grasping loosens. What dies is form, voice, touch, the arrangements by which life briefly appears. But tenderness, when freed from desperate refusal, can become wider, quieter, and less at war with reality. She wept then, but differently. These were not the frantic tears of someone trying to reverse the sky. They were the tears of a person who had reached the edge of resistance and found beyond it, not betrayal, but sorrow honest enough to breathe. She cried for her son, for herself, for the mothers behind all those doorways, for every hand that had ever had to open and let go while love remained. The villagers who saw her that evening did not witness a woman cured. They witnessed something rarer and more human. They saw grief becoming gentler without becoming false. In the days that followed, she did not suddenly become cheerful. She still had mornings when the absence hit with fresh force. She still turned at times when she heard a child's footsteps. She still held his garments. But little by little, her face lost the rigid look of someone frozen inside a single unbearable moment. She began to sit with other women again. Once, when a neighbor spoke of her own dead father, the grieving mother did not withdraw. She listened. Another time, she saw children running, and instead of turning away, she stood still and let both pain and tenderness pass through her together. This small change did not remain small for long. Others in the village had their own sealed places. A brother never mourned because work had to continue, a miscarriage spoken of to no one. A parent resented in life and grieved in secret after death. A friend remembered only in solitude. Seeing the mother's sorrow soften gave them a strange and precious permission. If she could speak her loss and still remain among them, perhaps they did not need to hide their own buried grief as carefully as they had believed. Her tears changed the village because they gave others permission to face what they too had buried. But grief was not the only thing the villagers had hidden beneath the routines of their days. In some hearts, what had been buried was not sorrow that asked to be witnessed, but anger that had learned to live without a voice. It did not weep. It tightened. It clenched the jaw, shortened the breath, and taught the hands to work harder than the heart could bear. Among those who carried this kind of suffering, there was a farmer named Hiran, a man whose strength was admired almost as much as he was feared. He was not cruel in any obvious way. He did not strike people, and he rarely raised his voice. In fact, many would have said he was a disciplined man, reliable, steady, and uncomplaining. Before dawn he was in the fields. After sunset he was still repairing tools, stacking wood, checking the walls of his storehouse, making sure nothing was out of place. If rain came, he endured it. If crops failed, he tightened his belt and said nothing. If his back ached, he worked through it. He had built his life around one belief so completely that he no longer knew it was only a belief, that a person's worth was measured by how much they could carry alone. In his youth, hardship had taught him many things, but not all of them were wise. His father had been stern and often ill, his mother quiet from exhaustion. There had been years when the harvest barely fed the household, and years when animals died before winter ended. Hiran learned early that no one came quickly when your roof leaked, when your child coughed in the night, when the field flooded, when hunger entered the house and sat down like an uninvited relative. He learned to patch, haul, lift, bury, and endure. He learned to swallow pain before it became visible. He learned that asking for help made people look at you differently, sometimes with pity, sometimes with impatience, sometimes with the subtle relief of those glad the burden was not theirs. So he decided, though he never spoke it aloud, that he would become the kind of man who needed nothing. This decision shaped him more than weather, more than age, perhaps even more than love. He married, fathered children, buried one infant son in a season, so dry the earth cracked around the grave. He did not collapse. He dug. He covered the small body. He returned to the field the next morning, because seedlings do not wait for morning. His wife wept in private for months. Hiran became gentler with the oxen than he was with himself. He could not bear tenderness then. It felt like standing too close to a fire when one's skin had become accustomed to cold. Over the years, his endurance turned him into someone others depended on. If a cartwheel split, they called him. If a fence had fallen, he knew how to set it straight. If there was a dispute over boundaries, he could recount old flood marks and stones long covered by weeds. Yet with each season, something in him grew harder. The more he was praised for being strong, the more tightly he held to strength as identity. The more others relied on him, the less he could admit fatigue, uncertainty, or need. He mistook defensiveness for wisdom. He mistook distance for dignity. If someone offered advice, he heard criticism. If a younger man suggested a different method for turning the soil, Hiran's silence would become sharp enough to cut conversation in half. If his wife asked why he would not rest, he would answer, "Rest is for those whose work is finished," though his work never was. If a neighbor came with food after one especially difficult season, he accepted it with such stiffness that the kindness felt almost like an offense. He thanked them, but his thanks were heavy. It was clear he believed a debt had been created, and debts troubled him more than hunger. Underneath his rigid self-sufficiency lived a quiet, constant resentment. He resented the weather, though he spoke of it only in practical terms. He resented his body for tiring. He resented his children when they were careless, because carelessness looked to him like disrespect for all he had suffered to keep them fed. He resented those who laughed easily, those who accepted assistance without shame, those who still had room in them for softness. Most of all, though he could not have said it plainly, he resented the fact that life had never asked his permission before taking from him. And because this resentment had no place to go, it settled deep into him and disguised itself as character. The villagers knew him as a man difficult to approach on some days. Children lowered their voices near him. His sons worked with tight shoulders, eager to avoid his correction. His wife had learned the weather of his face better than the sky. On mornings when his mouth hardened before breakfast, she said little. When he stared too long at broken tools, she moved gently through the house, as if any sudden sound might turn his silence into bitterness. He loved his family, but his love came wrapped in commands, cautions, and labor. It fed them, sheltered them, protected them, yet it rarely let them feel close. When word spread that the Buddha was still speaking among the villagers, Hiran kept his distance at first. He had listened only once from the edge of a gathering and returned unimpressed. The teacher, he thought, spoke too often of the mind and too little of the realities of mud, drought, debt, and blight. Peace was a fine word for those who could afford an hour sitting beneath a tree. The field did not plow itself. Anger, in his view, was simply the heat that kept a person moving when life gave them reasons to stop. But one afternoon, near the end of a punishing week, he found himself walking toward the gathering place without fully deciding to do so. The rain had failed again. One of his sons had spilled seed through carelessness. A section of irrigation wall had cracked. His body ached from lifting stones. Worse than all this, he had spoken harshly to his wife that morning, over nothing more than a misplaced rope, and he had seen in her eyes not surprise, but weariness. That look followed him through the day. By evening, he was more tired of himself than of his labor. He stood at the edge while others sat. The Buddha was speaking quietly, not as one giving commands, but as one setting down water within reach of the thirsty. There is a kind of pain, he said, that comes from hunger, illness, weather, loss. This pain belongs to living. But there is another pain we make around the first. We call it my burden, my strength, my wound, my right to harden. Then we carry not only the stone life gives us, but the stone of self we place upon our own back. Hiran frowned. Something in him resisted at once. The Buddha continued, "A man may believe that refusing help makes him strong. But if his refusal closes the hand that would have met his own, then what has he protected? A woman may believe that hiding sorrow preserves dignity. But if her silence keeps love from entering, what has been saved? Pride often wears the clothes of virtue, it says. I endure, I ask nothing, I stand alone. Yet beneath this may live fear, shame, and the belief that one must earn the right to be held by others." The villagers were still. Hiran felt as if someone had entered a locked room within him and named the furniture in the dark. He wanted to leave. Instead, he remained. After the gathering, as people began to rise, the Buddha looked toward him with the same simple attention he had given everyone else. There was no challenge in it, no triumph, no exposure. Hiran found this harder to bear than accusation would have been. "Farmer," the Buddha said, "when your yoke rubs a wound into the neck of an ox, do you call the wound strength?" Hiran answered cautiously, "No, a wound is a wound, and if the ox keeps pulling because it has been trained not to stop, it will worsen." The Buddha nodded. "Then why do men honor in themselves what they would notice with compassion in an animal?" For a moment, Hiran had no reply. He looked away, toward the fading light on the field path. "Because the field still needs plowing," he said at last. "Yes," said the Buddha, "and the heart still needs wisdom." There was no argument after that, only a silence that did not feel empty. Hiran went home unsettled. He lay awake long after the household slept, hearing again those words he had not wanted. The stone life gives, and the stone one adds. He thought of every time he had turned help into humiliation, every time he had answered concern with coldness, every time he had punished those nearest him, for the strain he did not know how to soften. He did not yet know what to do with this seeing, but once seen, it would not disappear. Change did not come grandly. It came in ways so small they might have been missed by anyone not living beside him. The next morning, when his youngest daughter dropped a water pot and froze in fear, Hiran's anger rose as always, fast and hot. He felt it gather in his chest, ready to move through his mouth in the old shape, but this time he saw it before it became speech. Not just the broken pot, But the chain, exhaustion, control, irritation, shame, the need to reassert himself. He closed his eyes for one breath, then another. "Bring a broom," he said quietly. "You'll cut your hand if you pick it up." His daughter stared at him, uncertain she had heard correctly. The moment was brief, but something in the house shifted. A few days later, he found his wife mending a torn grain sack by the doorway. He stood there longer than necessary, feeling the weight of words that should have been simple and yet seemed heavier than stones. He had apologized for accidents before, for stepping on a hem or forgetting salt in the market. But this was different. This required laying down not one moment, but a way of being. "That morning," he said at last, "about the rope, I spoke to you as if you were my enemy." She looked up slowly. "I was wrong." No defense followed, no explanation about fatigue, weather, or worry, just the bare truth. His wife's hands stayed still over the cloth. She did not rush to comfort him or soften what he had said. She had lived too long with his sharpness to pretend one apology erased it, but her eyes gentled. "Yes," she said. "You were." He nodded, accepting even that, especially that. This too was new. In the weeks that followed, Hiran began doing a thing he had once considered nearly unbearable. He let others assist him. When a neighbor offered to help rebuild the irrigation wall before the next rain, Hiran nearly refused out of habit. The refusal reached his tongue and stopped there. Instead he said, awkwardly, "If you are willing, come at first light." 3 men arrived. They worked without much talking at first, each testing the unfamiliar shape of shared labor with Hiran. But work has its own language. Stones were lifted, mud pressed into place, channels cleared. At midday, one of the men laughed over an old story of being thrown into a ditch by a stubborn ox. And to everyone's surprise, Hiran laughed too. It came rusty, as if unused for years, but real. When they finished, the wall stood stronger than before. Hiran looked at it and felt a strange tenderness, not only for the structure, but for the fact that it had not been made by strain alone. Something in him understood then that receiving help had not diminished him. It had returned him to the ordinary human world, where no one survives by will alone. He began slowly to notice how pride had narrowed his life. It had not only kept him from support, it had kept him from offering warmth without superiority, from listening without preparing to defend himself, from resting without guilt, from grieving what had hardened him. One evening, while sorting tools with his eldest son, he said, without looking up, "I have made work heavier for you by carrying my anger in it." The son's hands stopped. Hiran swallowed. "That should not have been yours to carry." His son did not answer immediately. Boys raised under sternness often do not know how to enter tenderness when it finally appears. But after a while he said, very quietly, "I thought if I worked hard enough, you would stop being angry." The words struck Hiran more deeply than any accusation could have. He set the tool down. In that dim space, among rope, wood, and iron, a man who had spent his life trying to be unbreakable felt the first true crack in the image he had worshipped. It hurt. But unlike bitterness, this pain opened instead of closing. From then on, his softening became more visible, though never dramatic. He still worked hard. His shoulders were still broad, his hands still rough, his habits still shaped by years of necessity. The Buddha had not turned him into a different kind of man, only into a more honest one. He began pausing before speaking when anger rose. He asked his sons what they thought before correcting them. He sat down some evenings instead of finding one more task to prove his worth. Once, when his back seized while lifting grain, he allowed a neighbor to take the other side of the sack without embarrassment. He even thanked him with a face that was open, not guarded. The villagers noticed. They noticed because a man who has long been made of tension changes the air around him when he loosens. His children came nearer. His wife no longer watched him as carefully when trouble entered the day. Neighbors lingered a little longer at the edge of his field. What had once felt forbidding now felt steadier, more human. He had not lost dignity. He had discovered a form of it without harshness. In time, Hiran returned to hear the Buddha again, this time not from the edge, but seated among the others. He understood now that humility was not humiliation. It was not becoming small, weak, or dependent in a shameful way. It was simply no longer needing to protect a false image at the cost of love. It was the strength to say, "I am burdened," before bitterness turned burden into identity. It was the courage to join the human condition instead of standing above it in lonely defiance. What changed in him was not only his temper, it was his understanding of strength itself. Endurance remained valuable, yes. Discipline still mattered. Labor still had dignity. But when endurance became refusal, discipline became control, and labor became a wall between oneself and others, suffering multiplied. Pride, he saw, had been another kind of hunger, one that could never be satisfied because it fed on separation. And so the farmer who had once believed that needing no one was honor began to learn another kind of honor: to apologize without collapsing, to accept help without shrinking, to offer effort without hardness, to stand upright without standing alone. As one man lowered the walls around his heart, others began to wonder what peace might cost them. As one man lowered the walls around his heart, the change did not remain hidden among the adults for very long. There were others in the village who noticed before anyone thought to ask them. They were the smallest ones, the children who sat near doorways with dusty feet, who listened while pretending not to listen, who watched the faces of their parents as carefully as they watched the sky before rain. Children had always lived close to the weather of the village. They knew when a room had become dangerous before a harsh word was spoken. They knew the sound of a bowl being set down too hard, the silence that meant anger was gathering, the tightness in a mother's shoulders, the way a father's footsteps could announce weariness, irritation, or tenderness long before his face came into view. They had learned these things not because anyone taught them, but because children learn the moods of adults, the way seedlings learn the direction of light. So they were the first to feel that something had shifted. At first it was almost too small to name. An evening meal passed with fewer sharp words. A grandmother, once quick to scold, paused and sighed instead. A mother who had spent the day bent over work sat outside for a moment before entering the house, closing her eyes as if listening to something inside herself. A father, frustrated by a broken tool, did not strike the wall or curse the ground. He stood still, breathed once, then again, and only after that bent to repair what he could. To adults, these moments seemed ordinary, or accidental, or too slight to matter. But to children they were enormous. A softer voice at dusk could change the whole shape of a night. One less outburst could make the air in a house feel wider. A pause where anger used to live could feel, to a child, like the opening of a door. They did not understand the teachings in the way scholars might have wished. They did not speak of attachment, aversion, or the roots of suffering. They did not ask for doctrines, and they would not have cared for long answers. But they understood immediately what it meant when someone who usually shouted spoke gently instead. They understood what it meant when an elder who had always seemed far away suddenly noticed a scraped knee, a tired face, a trembling lip. They understood safety before they understood philosophy. The Blessed One saw this with the same clear tenderness with which he seemed to see all things. When he sat beneath the shade at the edge of the village, and the adults gathered around him with questions heavy as stones, the children often stayed nearby, not from duty but from curiosity. Some leaned against tree trunks. Some played in the dust while half listening. Some watched him without blinking, as children sometimes watch those rare adults who do not ask them to become smaller than they are. He did not treat them as interruptions. He did not wave them away so that serious matters could be discussed among serious people. When a child wandered close, he made room. When one asked a simple question, he answered as if nothing could be more worthy of care. One morning, a boy who was known for shoving others aside to be first at everything stood near him, with his fists full of pebbles. He had been quarreling over nothing important, as children often do, and his face still carried the storm of it. The Buddha looked at his clenched hands and asked, softly, whether the pebbles were heavy. The boy said no. Then he was asked to hold them for a long while without putting them down. At first he laughed. Soon his hands grew tired, his fingers stiffened, his small arms trembled. When at last he dropped the stones, the sound on the ground was quick and harmless. And your anger, the Buddha said, when you hold it, who feels its weight first? The boy did not answer right away. He opened and closed his fingers. Then he looked down. The lesson was small enough for a child, but large enough for a life. In the days that followed, others saw him pause during quarrels. Not always, not perfectly, but sometimes. And sometimes is how all transformations begin. To another child, a girl who cried easily and hid her tears as if they were shameful, he offered a different teaching. He showed her how to place one hand over her chest and one over her belly, and to feel the rise and fall there, as if listening to a quiet animal resting in the grass. When sadness comes, he told her, do not push it away at once. Sit with one breath, then another. Let the body teach the heart that it is still safe to remain. She practiced this in secret at first. When other children laughed at her, she stopped behind the house and breathed. When her mother's exhaustion made her words brittle, the girl sat beside the water jar and breathed. When she missed a brother who had died seasons before and did not know why the grief arrived all over again on a bright afternoon, she breathed through that too. No one announced her courage. No one called it wisdom. But something in her began to settle. The children learned quickly because the lessons came to them not as commandments, but as ways of being close to life. He taught them kindness through the things nearest at hand. If they found an insect trapped in a basin, they were shown how to lift it out on a leaf rather than crush it in annoyance. If they saw a younger child stumble, they were encouraged to offer a hand before laughter. If they took fruit from a tree, they were reminded to leave some for birds and for others who might come after. If a dog slept in the shade, they were told not to trouble it for entertainment. Care was not presented as grand virtue. It was made ordinary, almost as natural as washing one's face. And because children live so close to imitation, they absorbed what adults often resisted. Adults wanted to understand before they changed. They wanted reasons, assurances, proof that gentleness would not make them weak, that patience would not invite disrespect, that compassion would not leave them exposed. But children watched a person kneel to help a wounded bird, and simply learned that hands could be used that way. They saw an elder stop before speaking in anger, and learned that silence could be chosen. They watched someone breathe through frustration, and learned that feeling did not have to become harm. There was a little group that began to gather each afternoon near the edge of the fields, where the grass grew soft. They came with the restless energy of youth, with questions that darted in all directions. One wanted to know why people become angry if anger hurts them. Another asked whether trees feel pain. A smaller child, sleepy and solemn, asked where a breath goes when it leaves the body. The Buddha answered each one with a patience that did not hurry the wonder out of their minds. He told them that anger often begins as hurt not understood. He told them that all living things lean toward life in their own way, and that to notice this is the beginning of reverence. He told them that breath does not belong to us as a possession. It comes and goes like a guest, and our task is not to command it, but to receive it with gratitude. Then he showed them how to sit still for only a few moments, not long enough to burden them. only long enough to let them discover their own quiet. He asked them to feel the ground beneath them, to notice the touch of wind on the skin, to listen for the farthest sound and then the nearest one, to follow one breath in and one breath out. For children, this was not always easy. They wriggled, they peeked, they giggled. A few opened one eye to see whether everyone else was being serious. Yet beneath the playfulness, something real was happening. They were learning that calm was not the same as punishment. Stillness was not emptiness. Silence was not abandonment. It could be a place where the heart rested. Soon these little practices escaped the formal moment and entered the life of the village in quiet ways. A pair of brothers about to fight over a wooden toy found themselves challenged by their older sister. First, breathe. She said it with great authority, imitating the grown-ups, and though they mocked her, they did it. The fight dissolved into laughter before it became tears. A child who once delighted in tormenting goats with thrown twigs began instead to sit near them and feed them scraps. Another, who had been frightened of her grandfather because of his rough voice, crept closer one evening when she saw him watching the sunset in silence. He noticed her, shifted his shawl, and made room. They sat together without needing to speak. It was perhaps the first peaceful closeness they had ever shared. In one home, a boy woke from a nightmare and began to cry. His mother, who might once have scolded him for weakness, because she herself had been taught to endure without comfort, remembered the teaching of breathing. She sat beside him, placed his hand over his own small chest, and guided him through slow breaths until his sobbing eased. The next day he told another child, with the grave importance of children sharing precious discoveries, that breathing could make the night less frightening. This is how healing travels when it is sincere, not only through sermons, nor through ceremonies, but through repeated gestures, so small they might be overlooked by anyone searching for dramatic change. A hand not raised, a voice lowered, a breath taken before speaking, a creature spared, a tear allowed, a child listened to fully. The village children became, without intending it, keepers of a new atmosphere. They reminded one another of things adults forgot. Softly, one would whisper when tempers rose in play. "It is afraid," another would say of a trapped lizard or bird. "Wait," a third would insist before someone acted in haste. They began to fold compassion into games, patience into quarrels, and attention into ordinary afternoons. Even their laughter changed. It did not disappear. It grew freer. In places where children have long lived under the strain of adult unrest, their joy often carries caution inside it. It starts quickly and stops quickly. It turns watchful without warning. But now there were longer stretches in which they played without checking every few moments for the sound of conflict from nearby houses. They ran farther. They lingered outdoors after chores. They brought flowers to old women who sat alone. They made room for the shy child, instead of always crowning the loudest among them. And the elders noticed not all at once. At first they only remarked that the children seemed less wild, or strangely thoughtful, or unusually gentle with animals. Then they began to see something more unsettling and more beautiful. The children were reflecting back to them the peace they themselves only half believed they possessed. A child would answer frustration with patience and shame an adult, without meaning to. A little girl would soothe a crying toddler exactly as she had once wished to be soothed. A boy would stop mid-anger, unclench his hands, and the grown men nearby would fall silent, seeing in his small restraint a lesson they still struggled to learn. There is a kind of wisdom that enters through thought, and another that enters through atmosphere. The adults, for all their sincerity, often labored with the first kind. They wrestled with memory, pride, habit, and grief. They tried to understand the teachings with minds shaped by years of fear and effort. The children received the second kind. They breathed in the changed tone of their homes. They drank from the pauses between harshness. They trusted what was repeated with warmth. They learned peace in the body before naming it in the mind. Because of this, the future of the village began changing before anyone dared declare it changed. The children who would one day marry, till soil, bury parents, comfort neighbors, and raise sons and daughters of their own, were being formed not only by survival now, but by a different example. They were seeing that strength could include tenderness, that authority could speak gently, that mistakes need not become humiliation, that sorrow could be met instead of hidden, that living beings, even the smallest, were not objects for boredom or cruelty, but companions in a fragile world. On certain evenings, when the sky softened into amber and the smoke from cookfires rose in patient threads, the Buddha would watch them from a distance. Children chasing one another between houses, a cluster of them crouched around an injured bird, an older sister brushing dust from a younger brother's hair after he fell, a boy sitting alone for a moment, breathing through anger exactly as he had been shown. Nothing in these scenes was grand, and yet within them lay the beginning of a different inheritance. For what adults rebuild with effort, children may one day inhabit as normal. What one generation struggles painfully to unlearn, the next may carry more lightly if shown another way early enough. In this there was immense mercy. The village had not lost all its suffering. Hard seasons would still come, illness would still visit, tempers would still flare, grief would still knock at every door in time. But the youngest among them were learning that pain did not require cruelty, that fear did not have to become hardness, and that the heart could remain open without being defenseless. So the quiet spreading through the village was no longer only the quiet of exhausted people finally resting. It was becoming the quiet of children who felt less need to brace against the world. It was becoming trust, carried in small bodies, in ordinary gestures, in memories that would ripen slowly across years. And as the children learned peace in small gestures, the adults slowly saw that harmony could become communal rather than personal. Once harmony was no longer kept only inside a single chest. It began to move outward into the lanes, the kitchens, the fields, and the thresholds where people paused at dusk. What had first appeared as a softer tone in speech, a little more patience between one breath and the next, slowly became something practical. It entered the places where hunger had once been counted in secret, where labor had been measured with resentment, where every household quietly guarded what little it had, as if survival depended on keeping a hand closed. The villagers had lived so long with uncertainty that caution had become instinct. Even kindness, when it appeared, had often been offered carefully, lest it leave the giver exposed or the receiver ashamed. But now something subtle had changed. People were beginning to see that the tightness with which they clung to things had not protected them as completely as they once believed. It had preserved grain, yes, and tools, and small stores of oil, but it had also preserved loneliness. It had kept accounts, but it had also kept wounds alive. A woman remembered which neighbor failed to help during a flood. A man remembered who once borrowed a hoe and returned it late. A family remembered every feast to which they were not invited. Every winter in which no one asked whether their roof still held against the wind. Such memories had settled like fine dust over the village, thin but everywhere, dulling even ordinary encounters. The change did not come through a proclamation. No one stood in the center of the village and announced that from this day onward all would be generous and fair. It began more humbly than that, in ways almost too small to notice unless one was paying attention. A widow who had always eaten alone found one morning that a bowl of porridge had been left near her door while it was still warm. No name accompanied it. She looked up and down the lane, but whoever had carried it there had already gone. She knew at once that it was not charity offered from superiority. It was not the kind of giving that announces itself, so that the giver may feel noble. It felt different. It felt like someone had simply remembered that she was there. A few days later, an old man whose leg had grown weak with age struggled to bring water from the well. Before, people would have noticed and looked away with the silent discomfort that often surrounds visible frailty. Not because they were cruel, but because weakness frightened them. It reminded them of what could happen to anyone. To help too openly sometimes felt dangerous, as if acknowledging another's vulnerability might invite one's own. Yet now a boy who had been sent to fetch water for his mother took the old man's empty jar without ceremony, filled it and set it beside the door. The old man murmured thanks, and the boy shrugged as children do when they have not yet learned to turn kindness into performance. He went on with his day, unaware that several adults had witnessed the exchange and felt something loosen in themselves. Soon the changes touched the fields. In years before, labor had often been traded with calculation. If one family helped harvest another's crop, the number of hours was remembered. If oxen were lent, the favor was recorded in the mind. Such careful balancing had grown from scarcity, and scarcity had taught everyone to fear being cheated. But a life governed only by suspicion makes every task heavy. So when one household fell behind because the father was ill with fever, and the eldest daughter could not manage the field alone, the neighbors came without long negotiation. One brought a rake, another a sickle, another a basket. By midday, a strip of grain that might have spoiled standing in the heat had been cut and gathered. At first, the family receiving help felt more pain than relief. The mother stood with her hands damp and uncertain, unable to decide whether to direct the workers, thank them, or disappear. Poverty often carries not only need but embarrassment. To be seen lacking can feel like being stripped in public. She had spent years trying to keep her household's hardship quiet, stretching meals, mending cloth until it could no longer hold a stitch, smiling with careful dignity whenever others passed by. To be helped was to be exposed. Yet the people working in her field did not behave as though they were rescuing someone lesser than themselves. They joked lightly. They asked where the bundles should be stacked. They paused to drink water and spoke of weather, children, and planting as they would in any ordinary gathering. By treating her household not as an object of pity, but as part of the village's own life, they returned to her something hunger and illness had begun to erode. The feeling that she still stood among equals. That was one of the quiet miracles the village was only beginning to understand. Giving was not merely the movement of food from one hand to another, or effort from one body to another. It could also restore shape to a person's dignity. And in receiving without humiliation, many discovered they were not being lowered by need but held through it. At the same time, those who gave found that generosity did not reduce them. A basket of beans shared, an afternoon offered, a blanket carried to a colder house at night. None of these made a person poorer in the way fear had always predicted. In strange contrast, the givers often felt lighter afterward, as if what had been released was not only grain or time, but the burden of guarding themselves too tightly. The women noticed this around the cooking fires before anyone else put words to it. Meals began to stretch further, not because the stores had suddenly grown full, but because households stopped planning only for themselves. If one family had onions and another had lentils, the evening pot could become richer than either would have managed alone. If someone's child had been sick and their rice nearly gone, another household sent a scoop from their own jar before the need became desperate. At first, such exchanges were tentative. People offered with a kind of apology, still embarrassed by tenderness, still unsure whether it would be welcomed. Yet over time the offerings became simpler. They no longer carried the strained air of debt. A handful of greens, a little salt, a gourd of broth. a few dried roots for medicine. These moved from doorway to doorway with increasing ease, and each small crossing lessened the old stiffness between homes. The men too began to soften in places where pride had long held them apart. Some had measured themselves by endurance, by how little help they required, by how well they concealed exhaustion. To admit strain had seemed almost shameful, yet when roofs needed repair after heavy rain, groups formed more naturally. One climbed, another tied reeds, another steadied the ladder. There was less of that hard joking that disguises tenderness, so no one must appear moved. In its place arose a quieter companionship, one not built on proving strength, but on sharing it. Even disputes over boundary lines and borrowed tools, while not vanishing entirely, lost some of their heat. People who have carried each other's loads find it more difficult to reduce one another to enemies. What surprised them most was that generosity did not wait for abundance. This was perhaps the deepest lesson. They had once imagined that sharing would become easy only when everyone had enough. But enough had always remained somewhere in the future, just beyond the next harvest, the next season, the next misfortune. If they waited for fear to disappear on its own, their hands might remain closed forever. Instead, they discovered that giving could begin while stores were still modest, while uncertainty still hovered, while no one could promise what the coming months would bring. The source of generosity was not surplus. It was courage. More precisely, it was the courage to loosen the fist of possessiveness, to trust that a guarded heart starves in ways a poor body does not need to imitate. This did not make them careless. They did not empty all granaries in a rush of sentiment. They did not ignore winter or pretend famine could be dismissed by good intentions. Wisdom still mattered. Food was still measured. Seeds were still saved. Children were still fed first. But the spirit in which these things were done changed. Prudence was no longer ruled entirely by fear. It was steadied by mutual regard. To save grain for planting was not greed. To refuse to let a neighbor collapse while one's own jars remained sealed was something else altogether. Slowly, the village learned the difference. As this understanding spread, old social divisions began to lose their certainty. There had always been households spoken of with more respect, others with less. Some families carried old lineage like an invisible robe. Others bore the marks of debt, widowhood, injury, or migration from elsewhere. There were people greeted warmly in gatherings and those tolerated only at the edges. These distinctions had seemed natural for so long that few questioned them. Yet acts of steady compassion undermined them more effectively than argument ever could. When a respected elder accepted soup from the hands of a woman once quietly looked down upon, something shifted. When a poor laborer spent 2 days helping mend the fence of a wealthier household, and was thanked plainly, fed well, and invited to rest in the shade rather than hurried away, another thread of separation loosened. Envy, too, began to change shape. In hard places, envy often grows where admiration has no room to breathe. People compare jars, animals, cloth, even whose children appear healthier, and the heart tightens around the difference. But when those with more began to share without arrogance, and those with less were received without contempt, envy found less soil in which to root. It did not vanish entirely. Human hearts rarely become pure all at once. There were still moments when someone looked at another's fuller basket and felt the old stab, yet now that feeling was less likely to harden into bitterness. It could pass more quickly, interrupted by memory. This family lent us seed in spring. That woman sat with my mother when she was ill. That old man once fixed our gate and asked nothing. Gratitude began to interrupt comparison. Children absorbed these changes as naturally as they absorb weather. They saw that when one child outgrew a tunic, it might be mended and passed on. They saw older boys helping younger ones carry wood too heavy for their arms. They saw girls sharing fruit without turning every bite into a negotiation. They listened as adults, once careful to hide every lack, spoke more honestly about what was needed. In this atmosphere, generosity became less an exceptional virtue and more a habit of belonging. A child raised among closed fists learns to clutch. A child raised among open hands learns that life is something moved through together. The sick were no longer left to endure so alone. This may have been the clearest sign that the village had changed. It had always frightened them, not only because of pain, but because it interrupted labor, consumed stores, and exposed how fragile each household truly was. Before, when someone fell ill, neighbors might offer a brief visit and then retreat, unsure how involved they dared become. But now people stayed longer. They sat through feverish nights so a weary spouse could sleep. They brought herbs, cool cloths, and quiet company. If animals needed feeding or children needed watching while a parent lay weak, others stepped in. Such care did not cure every sickness. Some still suffered greatly. Some still died when their time came. But no longer did hardship mean being abandoned within one's own walls. And with this, the village discovered something larger than generosity between individuals. It discovered refuge. Not refuge as escape from life, but refuge within life itself. A person who knows that if injury comes, someone will knock at the door, that if food runs low, someone may notice before hunger becomes desperation, that if grief arrives, there will be hands willing to sit in silence nearby. That person lives differently. The body softens. The mind no longer scans every horizon alone. Community becomes not just a collection of neighboring houses, but a shelter woven from repeated acts of care. No roof was perfect, no bond without strain. Yet the village was beginning to feel held by something stronger than custom. It was being held by practice. There were evenings now when, after the work was done and the smoke rose blue into the darkening air, people sat together with a kind of ease they had not known in many years. The talk was still ordinary. Someone complained about insects in the beans. Someone laughed over a child's stubbornness. Someone spoke of a tool needing repair. Yet beneath these familiar sounds ran a new current. People were not gathered merely because tradition required it, or because loneliness had driven them together. They were gathering because, in one another, they had started to recognize a dependable warmth, not perfection, not endless patience, but the real and humble mercy of human beings trying again and again to meet each other with less fear. The village had not become rich. Its roads were still dusty. Its roofs still leaked in places. Its stores still rose and fell with weather and luck. But wealth had begun to appear in another form. In the unhurried passing of a bowl, in labor offered before being begged for, in the absence of humiliation where once it had been expected, in the growing trust that one person's need was not an accusation against another. This kind of wealth could not be locked in a chest. It lived only when circulated, and because it was shared, it multiplied in ways grain alone never could. So the quiet village, once bound together mostly by proximity and necessity, was becoming a true community. Not all at once, not without setbacks, not without days when old habits returned. But enough had changed that people could feel it in the simplest motions of life. A door left unlatched for a neighbor expected later. A portion set aside before one's own appetite was fully satisfied. A back bent willingly beside another's in the field. A face once avoided now greeted with unforced respect. These were not grand acts, yet they remade the world in which the villagers lived. And as they learned to share food, labor, sorrow, and rest, they began to understand that compassion practiced steadily could protect a people more deeply than suspicion ever had. Yet even as the village warmed, one final lesson remained: how to meet the certainty of change without fear. The lesson did not arrive as a sharp command, nor as a thought too distant for ordinary hands and hearts. It came the way most true things came to the village, quietly, through days that looked much like other days, until someone noticed that nothing had remained the same. Morning mist no longer rested over the fields in quite the same shape. The river that seemed so familiar in one season ran thinner in another, and after the rains it spoke with a stronger voice against the stones. Trees that had once offered dense summer shade stood bare in the cold months, their branches stark against the pale sky, and then, without asking anyone's permission, softened again with new leaves. The villagers had always seen these changes, of course. They would have had to be blind not to see them. But seeing is not always understanding. For many years, they had met change the way one braces against an unwelcome wind. They endured it, complained of it, feared what it might take. If the rains came late, anxiety settled in their bones. If a child grew thin with fever, a whole household tightened with helplessness. If an elder stooped lower than before, if a familiar voice weakened, if a face once smooth became lined and hollowed by time, people felt not only sorrow but resistance. Beneath the sadness was another pain, more hidden and more exhausting. The belief that things should have stayed as they were. The Buddha did not speak of impermanence as though he were handing them a hard stone and asking them to admire its weight. He did not say, in a cool and distant tone, that all things pass, and leave the lesson there like a closed door. He spoke as one who understood how tightly the human heart clings when it loves, how naturally the hand tries to hold what brings comfort. He looked at the old mother whose son had recovered from illness, but not his former strength. He looked at the farmer who still dreamed of the years when his knees answered him without pain. He looked at the widow who kept one robe of her husband's folded in a wooden chest, unable to wash away the scent that had already begun to fade. And his teaching did not dismiss their tenderness. It honored it. He told them to look carefully at the world, not to harden themselves against it, but to see it clearly enough that they would stop quarreling with its nature. A blossom opens and falls. A clay bowl is shaped, used, chipped, and one day broken. Bodies grow, flesh weaken and return to the earth. Joy arrives, lingers, and moves on. Grief too rises like weather and does not remain in the same form forever. To ask life to stop moving, he said gently, is like asking the sky not to change color at dusk. We suffer not only because things end, but because we demand that what is changing should behave as though it were permanent. Some understood this first with their minds, and that was a beginning. But the village was not transformed by ideas alone. The teaching had to settle into their daily seeing, so they began to notice more deeply. An old man, who had once been the strongest among the field workers, now paused more often on the path. His hands still knew the work, but they trembled slightly when tying cord around a bundle of reeds. Before, he had hidden this with irritation, ashamed of the body that no longer obeyed him. His sons, uneasy with his slowing pace, had sometimes rushed ahead, speaking over him as though wisdom too had dimmed with muscle. But after hearing the Buddha, they watched him differently. They saw not a failure in nature, but nature itself unfolding. The father saw it too. He grieved, yes, but the grief changed flavor. It was no longer sharpened by the demand to be young again, and because he stopped waging war against what age had done, he could receive what age had given. Patience, memory, discernment, a softer way of guiding than command had ever been. A woman whose hair had begun to silver used to pull it back tightly, almost angrily, as if she could restrain time by force. She feared becoming invisible, feared that each new line around her eyes announced a loss that could not be mended. Yet one evening, as she washed rice beside the doorway and listened to the sounds of children laughing outside, she touched her own face and felt something different. These lines had not appeared in a single night. They had been written there by years of squinting into sunlight, by tears shed in mourning, by smiles she had not even remembered giving. Her face was changing because she had lived, This did not erase the ache of passing youth, but it wrapped that ache in understanding. She found that tenderness could enter where resentment had once stood. Even illness, which had so often brought fear to the village, was seen through a gentler lens. There were still fevers, still weak lungs in winter, still days when someone lay still and others waited anxiously nearby. The teaching did not promise protection from pain. It did not tell the villagers that awareness would spare them from losing those they loved. But it changed the atmosphere around suffering. When sickness came, they no longer treated it only as a cruel interruption to the life they believed should have continued untouched. They sat closer. They listened more carefully. They spoke less foolishly of tomorrow, as though tomorrow belonged to anyone. In the room of the ill, tenderness became more immediate because everyone understood, even if only faintly, that no embrace could be postponed forever. This was one of the deepest turns in the village's heart. Impermanence, once feared as the thief of all comfort, slowly revealed itself as the reason love must become sincere now. If a season lasted forever, who would notice the first cool breath after summer heat? If children never outgrew the shelter of their mother's arms, who would cherish the brief weight of a sleeping child against the chest? If no one ever died, perhaps no one would fully learn how sacred a simple evening meal could be, or how precious the sound of a familiar footstep returning at dusk. The Buddha helped them understand that change does not make life meaningless. It is what gives life its delicacy, its urgency, its brightness. A flower made of stone might never wilt, but it would never truly bloom. The village began to feel this not as philosophy drifting above their lives, but as something intimate and immediate. The bowl of soup offered to a weary neighbor mattered, because hunger would return, and the moment to soothe it was now. The apology spoken before nightfall mattered because neither anger nor breath was guaranteed another day. The hand laid on a shoulder mattered because warmth itself was passing, and therefore holy. In time, the villagers saw more clearly how much of their suffering had come not from change alone, but from clinging to what had already begun to move away. A mother watched her daughter become a woman, and realized that some of her pain was not only the ache of time, but the insistence that the child remain a child. A craftsman grieved a cracked wheel, not only because his labor had been lost, but because he wanted all careful work to be rewarded with permanence. A man mourning his brother saw that grief was natural, but bitterness had entered when he thought, this should not have happened to us. Yet to whom in all the world had change ever not happened? This recognition did not make anyone cold. It did not empty tears from mourning or remove sorrow from leave-taking. The villagers still wept when a body was carried to the edge of the trees. They still felt the stunned quiet left behind when someone's voice would never again be heard at the communal fire. But grief itself softened when no longer mixed with outrage against the law of living things. They could cry and still bow inwardly to reality. They could miss someone without demanding that the river flow backward. The Buddha often taught by drawing attention to what was already present. He invited them to sit beneath a tree and notice the drifting of light through leaves. He asked them to feel the evening coolness replacing the day's warmth on their skin. He encouraged them to listen not only to birdsong, but to the silence after it ended. In these small experiences, the villagers began to discover that impermanence was not only about death and loss. It was also the very rhythm of existence. Breath entered, remained for a moment, and left. Hunger rose, was met and passed. Thoughts formed and dissolved. Pain sharpened and later dulled. Joy appeared unexpectedly and, if not grasped at too tightly, left a fragrance in the heart even after its form had gone. This changed the way they loved one another. Before, many had loved with hidden fear underneath. They clung, controlled, demanded reassurance, mistaking possession for devotion. A husband wanted his wife never to change in mood or need. A parent wanted obedience where life was asking for growth. Friends quietly resented one another for becoming different under the pressure of time. But slowly a wider understanding entered. To love someone, they began to see, was not to freeze them in the shape most comforting to oneself. It was to accompany them through change with open eyes. It was to say, in the language of action more than words, I know you cannot be kept. I know I cannot keep even myself from changing. So while you are here, I will meet you fully. There was great relief in this. The grip of fear loosened a little, not because the villagers stopped caring, but because they no longer confused care with ownership. The child laughing in the courtyard was not theirs to secure against every future pain, only theirs to nourish wisely for as long as conditions allowed. The harvest was not theirs to guarantee forever, only theirs to cultivate with diligence and receive with gratitude. Even the body was not a possession in the deepest sense, but a temporary dwelling, intimate and miraculous, deserving of kindness rather than domination. One evening near the end of the rains, the sky glowed in layers of fading gold and ash blue. The village paths were damp, and the scent of wet earth rose rich and dark from the ground. People sat outside their homes or near the meeting place, not speaking much. In another time, such stillness might have been filled with unnamed worry. Now it held something gentler. An elder coughed in the distance. A child, nearly asleep, leaned against her mother's side. Somewhere a pot lid rattled softly with steam. None of these sounds asked to last forever. None of them needed to. The villagers had not become free from fear in a single turning. Some nights they still woke with dread. Some losses still tore through them with shocking force. But when fear came, there was now a teaching waiting beside it. They remembered that to love what changes is the human condition, and not a mistake. They remembered that suffering grows heavy when the heart insists, stay exactly as you are, to a world that has never once made such a promise. And they remembered, too, that because life moves, each moment of kindness carries more meaning, not less. So they began to hold things differently. More softly, but not more distantly. More gratefully, but not more anxiously. They did not turn away from beauty because it would fade. They cherished it because it would. They did not refuse attachment by becoming numb. They learned instead a warmer, wiser form of closeness, one that could love deeply without wrapping chains around what was loved. In this way, impermanence became not an enemy standing at the gates, but a quiet teacher sitting at the center of village life. It taught the old to bless the young without trying to live through them. It taught the young to honor the old before memory and strength slipped further from reach. It taught families to speak kindly while there was still time, neighbors to reconcile before absence made pride absurd, and each person to inhabit the passing day with more reverence. And with this understanding, the village no longer waited for life to stop changing before allowing itself to rest. So when evening came, rest arrived in a new way. It was not the heavy kind that follows exhaustion, when people fall silent only because they have no strength left for speech. It was not the old silence that used to settle over the lanes after dusk, when doors closed early and each household withdrew into its own private worry. This silence came softly, like cool water poured into a warm bowl. It spread without command. No bell called them. No messenger went house to house. Yet as the last of the light thinned above the fields, people began stepping out from their homes and moving toward the open space near the great tree where they had gathered so many times before. The air held that tender hour between day and night when colors lose their names. Smoke from cooking fires drifted upward in pale ribbons and then dissolved. A few children, still bright with the energy of the day, came running first, then slowed when they saw the adults arriving without hurry. Mothers settled infants against their shoulders. Old men lowered themselves carefully to the ground. Young workers, with dust still at the hems of their garments, sat beside widows, beside farmers, beside those with whom they had once spoken only when necessary. No one seemed eager to take the best place. No one seemed afraid of being seen. Above them the sky opened wide and patient. The first stars appeared, small at first, then more certain. Crickets began their evening song. Somewhere in the darkness a night bird called once, then waited. The village, which had long lived as if each sorrow belonged to a separate house, now gathered like one body finding its breath. The Buddha sat among them without ceremony, as he had done so many times before. There was no need for a teaching in that moment, no need for parable or question or reply. His presence was simple, and perhaps because it was simple, everyone felt permitted to become simple too. They sat, they listened, they breathed. At first, each person could hear the familiar restlessness of his or her own mind, a thought about tomorrow's work, a worry over a sick parent, regret over sharp words spoken years before, a private ache that not yet found its name. The body shifted. Knees complained, someone cleared a throat. A child leaned against a grandmother and asked in a whisper when they would go home. The grandmother touched the child's hair and said, "Not yet." Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, a change moved through the gathering. Breathing, which had begun as many separate rhythms, started to soften into something shared. A long exhale here, a quiet inhale there. Chests rising and falling beneath coarse cloth. The small sounds of living bodies no longer felt distracting. They became part of one gentle weave. Even those who knew nothing of meditation could sense it. The village was not performing calm. It was entering it together. There had once been evenings when silence felt like abandonment. In those older nights, quiet had carried the weight of unfinished grief. It had made people more aware of empty places at the table, of fields that had yielded too little, of words they wished had been said differently. Silence had seemed to enlarge loneliness. It had made the darkness press closer. But this night was different. The quiet around them was not hollow. It did not accuse. It did not ask anyone to pretend that pain had never visited. Instead, it held everything with a wider hand. The losses were still real. The dead were still dead. The mistakes of the past had not dissolved into some easy innocence. Yet none of these truths seemed to poison the air. They rested within the stillness the way stones rest at the bottom of a clear pond, visible, real, but no longer churning the whole water into mud. A woman who had spent years blaming herself for the child she could not save sat with her palms turned upward on her knees. The memory of fever, of helplessness, of long nights beside a weakening body still lived inside her. It might always live there. But now, in the shared quiet, she noticed that grief no longer had to be carried clenched in the fist. It could be held more tenderly. She could love what had been lost without reopening the wound each hour, to prove that her love was true. Tears gathered in her eyes, but they did not break her. They simply rose and cooled on her cheeks, and she let them remain. Near her sat a man who had once measured his worth by the fullness of his storage jars and the obedience of his sons. Age had thinned his authority before it had softened his pride. He had spoken harshly in the years when his hands were strongest, and now he could not go back and gather those words from the air. For many evenings he had carried shame like a hidden stone beneath his robe. Tonight he felt its shape again. Yet he also felt something else, the small mercy of seeing clearly without collapsing. He had apologized where he could. He had begun, late but sincerely, to listen more than he spoke. The burden was not gone, but it was no longer fused to his identity. It was something he could bow to, learn from, and set beside him for a while under the stars. A young mother, her baby asleep across her lap, noticed how fiercely she still feared the future. Peace had visited the village, yes, but her heart still leaped at every cough from the child's chest, every rumor of poor weather, every mention of illness from neighboring lands. She had thought that wisdom might erase fear entirely. Now she was beginning to understand that wisdom did something gentler and more difficult. It taught her not to build a second suffering on top of the first. She could care without drowning. She could protect without imagining that vigilance alone controlled fate. As the child's breath warmed her forearm, she let her own breathing slow to meet it. And for a little while, the future loosened its grip. An old widow, who had long since stopped expecting joy, looked up at the stars and found herself remembering not only the day her husband died, but also the way he used to laugh when rain surprised him in the field. For years, memory had been divided inside her, tenderness locked away because it led too quickly to pain. Tonight, the division weakened. The memory of loss and the memory of love stood together without fighting. She felt both, and because she felt both, the loneliness in her chest seemed less like an endless room, and more like a room with a lamp lit in it. Around them, others entered their own inward reckonings. A brother who had envied his siblings' good fortune recognized how long envy had darkened even his happiest meals. A girl on the edge of adulthood felt the ache of wanting a life beyond the village, and the guilt of wanting it. A laborer with scarred hands admitted to himself that anger had often been easier than weariness. A grandmother who had outlived too many people allowed herself to acknowledge the tiredness she had hidden beneath constant usefulness. None of these realizations came with drama. No one stood to confess. No crowd gathered around anyone's sorrow. The honesty of the night was quieter than that. Each person met what was within them and did not turn away so quickly. From time to time, a breeze moved across the gathering, carrying the scent of dry earth and distant water. Robes stirred, leaves whispered overhead. Somewhere a child, unable to resist sleep any longer, curled against a parent and drifted off as if the whole village itself had become a cradle. The adults remained sitting, held by something that no one could have forced and no one wanted to interrupt. What had changed in them was visible now, though not in the ordinary ways by which people usually measure change. Their houses had not become grand. Their paths were still made of dust. Illness had not vanished forever. Harvests would still rise and fail according to causes larger than hope. If a stranger passing in darkness had looked quickly, he might have seen nothing remarkable at all. Only villagers sitting beneath the night, doing nothing, and yet this was the deepest sign of all. They could be together without filling the space with complaint, boasting, gossip, or fear. They could be still without retreating into numbness. They could share silence without using it as a wall. In that simple gathering, the village revealed what it had become. Not a place free from sorrow, but a place no longer ruled by it. Not a people who had mastered life, but a people who had stopped demanding that life obey their wishes before they would soften toward one another. The stillness among them had texture now. It was full of listening, full of forgiveness, not yet completed but already underway, full of fatigue honestly felt and therefore less bitter, full of gratitude too modest for speech. It held the awkward efforts of reconciliation, the fragile beginnings of trust, the patient work of changing old habits, the understanding that peace was not an achievement won once and then stored safely away. It had to be practiced in kitchens, in fields, beside sickbeds, at graves, in marketplaces, in the unobserved moments when the mind began once more to tighten. Perhaps that was why the night felt so alive. No one was trying to seize it. No one was saying, "Let this remain forever exactly as it is." They had learned enough by now to know that even this gathering would pass. The stars would wheel on. The air would cool further. Lamps would need to be lit at home. Morning would come carrying with it fresh needs, fresh uncertainties, fresh chances to forget and remember. But instead of making the moment fragile, this knowledge made it precious. They did not cling, and so they could receive. The Buddha remained seated with them as the darkness deepened. Those nearest him could hear nothing extraordinary, only the same easy breath, the same grounded stillness. Yet in his nearness, many understood something wordless. The peace they felt did not belong to him alone. He had not brought it as a possession to be admired from a distance. He had helped uncover what could live within them, between them, through the ordinary fabric of their days. The calm spreading through the village was not a borrowed light. It was their own lamp, newly tended. This realization moved from person to person in different forms. For some it came as relief, for others humility, for a few as quiet fear, because it meant responsibility. If peace was not a gift to be received passively but a path to be walked, then each gesture mattered, each impatience mattered, each kind word withheld or offered mattered. The night did not hide this truth, it made it gentle enough to bear. A long while passed in that way. At moments, someone would lift their eyes and look around, almost as if to make sure the others were really there. And they were. The widow, the farmer, the stubborn father, the grieving mother, the children who had known only fragments of the old bitterness, the elders who remembered too much, all of them under one sky, breathing the same cool air, joined not by sameness of fate, but by a growing willingness to live awake within it. In earlier times, many of them had believed that transformation would look dramatic when it came. They had imagined that a healed village would be one without conflict, one without hunger, one without tears. But now they were beginning to see that the truest change was quieter. It showed itself in how long a person could remain present before reacting, in how quickly resentment was noticed, in how honestly fear was held, in how naturally one hand reached to steady another. It showed itself here, in the fact that an entire village could sit in silence and find not emptiness but companionship. Little by little, the moon rose. Its pale light touched foreheads, shoulders, sleeping children, the rough bark of the tree, the worn ground beneath them. Faces seemed both older and softer in that light. Some eyes were closed, some were open, some carried tears, some carried a faint smile. No one needed to explain what was happening. Explanation would have reduced it. At last, the silence itself seemed to bless them. It blessed what they had laid down. Blame sharpened by repetition. Grief made heavier through resistance, the old hunger to control what could never be controlled. It also blessed what they still carried. Love for those who might one day leave them, duties that would not become lighter by wishing, bodies that would continue to age, mistakes whose lessons would require patience. The night asked for neither denial nor perfection. It asked only honesty, and the courage to remain soft within truth. When at last a few people began to rise, they did so slowly, as if not wanting to jar the tenderness that had settled over everyone. Others followed. Mothers adjusted sleeping children against their hips. Elders leaned on younger arms. Neighbors met each other's eyes and bowed with a warmth beyond custom. No one hurried to speak. Words, when they came, were few and low, like embers carefully kept. Above them the stars remained, serene and innumerable, and in upped many hearts along sweet peace another understanding began to form. The teacher would not remain forever beneath their tree, walking their paths, answering their questions with patient clarity. Even now, as the night thinned toward its unseen dawn, the nearness of parting quietly approached. By morning, the Buddha's departure was near, and the village would have to meet the tender, difficult question of how to live once the teacher was gone. By morning, the truth had reached nearly every doorway, not because anyone announced it, but because some truths move through a place the way dawn moves across a field, softly, steadily, impossible to stop. The Blessed One would continue on. He would not remain beneath their tree through the next season, nor sit each evening where children had begun to gather at his feet, nor answer each new worry with that patient stillness that seemed to make room for every trembling heart. He had come, he had stayed for a time, and now he would go. At first the village held this knowing in silence, as if silence itself might delay it. Women drawing water from Nazok spoke more gently than usual, each pause between words carrying more than speech. Men who had once greeted the morning with plans for repairs, planting, or trade found their hands slowing over simple tasks. Even the children, who could seldom be persuaded to walk rather than run, seemed to sense that something delicate had entered the air. They stayed closer to their mothers. They played, but with frequent glances toward the tree, toward the place where he had sat, as if to make sure that serenity itself had not yet vanished. A kind of sadness spread through the village, but it was not the wild sorrow of sudden loss. It was quieter than that, and in some ways harder to bear. It was the sorrow of having discovered a spring in dry ground, only to learn that one must soon leave the spring behind and carry water by one's own careful effort. For many of them, the Buddha's presence had become more than a blessing. It had become a shelter. Under the simple rhythm of his days among them, old fears had loosened, quarrels had softened. Those who had long felt unseen had felt perhaps for the first time fully met. The village itself seemed to breathe differently around him. Now a question, tender and unsettling, passed from heart to heart. What would happen when that presence was no longer among them? Some asked it openly. Others would not let themselves speak it, but their faces revealed enough. One old man sat outside his home with a basket unfinished in his lap, staring at his own hands as though they had forgotten their work. A widow who had come each day to listen from the back of the gathering place found tears slipping down her face while she ground grain, though nothing outward had caused them. A young father, who had recently laid aside a long-standing bitterness toward his brother, wondered with private fear whether peace would leave him as quickly as it had come. In the hours after sunrise, more villagers gathered near the great tree. No one had been summoned. They simply came, one by one and in pairs, drawn by the same quiet ache. Some sat close together. Some remained a little apart, not from coldness, but because each was trying to understand something difficult within themselves. They had expected, perhaps without admitting it, that goodness might stay once it had arrived. They had expected that if a wise and loving presence blessed their days, that blessing might become permanent, in the form they recognized. The Buddha saw them as they came. His gaze moved over them with the same calm attentiveness it always had. Yet many felt, under that gaze, that nothing in them was hidden, not their gratitude, not their grief, not even the part of them that wanted to hold on. For a long while he said nothing. The breeze moved through the leaves overhead. Somewhere farther off, a bird called and then fell silent. The village seemed to listen with its whole body. At last, one of the elders bowed and spoke with a voice roughened by feeling. He said what many had not been able to say. "If you go," he asked, "what will become of us? We have only just begun to learn how to live differently. We have only just begun to feel this peace." The words, once spoken, loosened others. A mother confessed that she feared the old anxieties would return to her house, like smoke finding cracks in a wall. A farmer admitted that he did not trust himself to remain patient when the weather turned hard again, or when his neighbor offended him. Another man, who had once prided himself on his independence, lowered his eyes and said that he had not realized until now how much he had come to rely on simply seeing the Buddha each day. It had steadied him, he said. It had reminded him, without effort, of who he wished to be. No one rebuked them for their honesty. Their grief was sincere. Their love was sincere. But beneath both lay a lesson not yet fully learned. The Buddha looked at them with deep kindness, the kind that does not rush to soothe, because it respects the truth that pain can reveal. When he spoke, his voice was gentle enough that even those standing at the edge of the gathering leaned in rather than flinched. He told them that it was natural for the heart to cherish what brings relief after a long season of strain. When one has wandered thirsty, one clings to water. When one has known darkness, one fears the lamp going out. There was no blame in their sadness. There was tenderness in it, and love. But then he asked them to look carefully. If peace was sweet, could they cling to peace and still remain free? If guidance had comforted them, could they cling to guidance and still learn to stand in wisdom themselves? If affection for a teacher had opened their hearts, could they cling even to that beloved presence without weaving a new thread of dependence? His words did not fall harshly, but they landed deeply. Some lowered their heads. Some felt resistance rise in them at once, a childlike voice whispering, "But why must all good things leave?" Others felt something more piercing than sadness, the recognition that the mind can attach itself not only to pleasures and possessions, but also to the very things that seem noble: calm, understanding, safety, the nearness of someone wise. And attachment, even then, remained attachment. Soft perhaps, respectable perhaps, but still a grasping that trembled at change. The Buddha let them sit with that. He reminded them that no one can breathe on behalf of another. A mother may keep watch beside a sleeping child, but she cannot enter the child's lungs and draw air there. In the same way, a teacher may point the way, may walk with others for a distance, may offer words that clear confusion like rain washing dust from leaves. But no teacher can place awakening into another person's heart as one places grain into a jar. The path, he said, must live in their own footsteps. It must live in the pause before angry speech leaves the mouth. It must live in the choice to listen before assuming injury. It must live in the hand that shares food before asking whether there will be enough tomorrow. It must live in the moment a person notices fear rising and does not immediately obey it. It must live in the field, in the kitchen, at the well, in the doorway between husband and wife, between parent and child, between neighbor and stranger. Otherwise, even the most beautiful teaching remains only a sound that once passed through the air. As they listened, many began to understand that what they feared losing had never truly been meant to remain outside them. The peace they had felt in his presence had not been poured into them from some hidden vessel he carried. It had awakened because, near him, they had become quiet enough to notice what turmoil usually covered. The patience they had tasted had not belonged only to him. It had appeared when they stopped feeding old resentments. The tenderness that had spread through the village had emerged when they dared, little by little, to stop defending themselves against one another. His presence had revealed the path, but the walking had already begun in them. A young girl, no more than 10, looked up from where she sat beside her grandmother and asked in a small but steady voice whether remembering him would be wrong. The question drew a murmur of feeling through the crowd, because it touched the very center of their confusion. The Buddha turned toward her with a softness that seemed to reassure everyone at once. To remember with gratitude was not wrong, he said. To love was not wrong. To honor what is good is itself a beautiful movement of the heart. The trouble begins when memory becomes a chain, when love becomes possession, when gratitude hardens into the refusal to let life continue as life must. A flower blooms and withers. One may cherish its fragrance while it lasts. One may even preserve its seeds. But if one clenches the petals in a fist, hoping to keep the bloom forever, one destroys the very thing one loves. That image remained with them. Several people wept then, but their tears had changed. Earlier, sorrow had felt like a protest against what was coming. Now the tears came from a more open place. They came from seeing, with painful clarity, how often the heart turns love into holding. They came from understanding that to receive fully also means to release. The elder who had first spoken raised his head again. His face was lined not only with age, but with the effort of looking honestly at himself. He said that he had believed he wanted wisdom, but perhaps he had wanted the comfort of standing near wisdom even more. He had thought that staying close to the teacher would save him from his own mind. A faint smile touched the Buddha's face, not with mockery, but with recognition. Many, he said, confuse the shadow of a tree with the strength to cross the open road. Resting in shade is good, it is necessary, but the road still waits. To refuse the road because the shade is pleasant is to remain where one is. The villagers absorbed this slowly, each according to their own readiness. One woman thought of how often she had gone home from the evening teachings and spoken more kindly to her son, not because the Buddha had instructed her personally in every moment, but because listening had made her aware of the sharpness she carried. A pair of brothers recalled that their reconciliation had not happened by miracle. It had happened because each had chosen, with difficulty, to loosen pride. A potter realized that the stillness he felt while shaping clay in recent days was not something he had borrowed. It had arisen when his attention stopped wandering toward complaint. These were simple recognitions, but they were sturdy ones. They belonged to the ground of daily life, and because they belonged there, they could remain there after the teacher departed. The mood among them did not become cheerful. Farewell was still farewell. The ache of it still pressed against their ribs. Yet beneath the ache, another feeling began to grow, something steadier than comfort, trust. Not certainty that they would never falter, not pride that they had already understood enough, but trust that the teaching was not a fire that would go out the moment the one who kindled it walked away. Trust that if tended, it could continue in small acts, in remembered pauses, in renewed intention after failure. Trust that the teacher's leaving was not abandonment, but invitation. The Buddha spoke again, and this time his words moved through them like a bell, whose sound lingers long after the striking. He told them that when confusion returned, they need not think, "We are alone." They could look instead at what was present in that very moment. Was there breath? Then there was a place to begin. Was there anger? Then there was something to understand, not merely to enact. Was there fear? Then there was an opportunity to meet fear with awareness instead of surrender. Was there another person before them? Then there was the path again, asking to be walked through kindness, truthfulness, restraint, and care. Day after day, he said, they must become students of their own hearts. No season would spare them difficulty. Harvests might fail, illness might come, old habits would revisit them. Some days they would remember quickly, other days they would forget completely, and only later see the harm of what they had said or done. This too was part of the path. They were not asked to become flawless. They were asked to become awake, again and again, each time sleep returned to the mind. Those words eased something profound in them. For perhaps the first time, they understood that the teaching did not depend on constant inspiration. It depended on returning to attention, returning to honesty, returning to compassion when they had strayed from it, returning without dramatizing failure into a permanent identity, returning as one might return to the well each day, not because thirst is shameful, but because it is natural. A breeze passed through the branches. Sunlight shifted on the ground. Someone near the back drew in a long, trembling breath and released it slowly, as if practicing already. Then, one by one, the villagers bowed, not all at once, and not from mere custom. Each bow seemed to come from a distinct understanding ripening inside a human life. One bowed in gratitude, another in grief, another in humility. Another because the heart finally knew that love does not end when form changes. Parents drew their children closer, not to shield them from loss, but to let them witness how parting too could be met with dignity. Friends touched each other's sleeves. An old woman who had feared she would collapse under the thought of his leaving found that she could remain upright, weeping yet unbroken. The young father who had worried about losing peace realized that peace was not something to keep like a possession. It was something to practice like a way of walking, and in the center of them all sat the one they did not want to lose, teaching even now through departure what no staying could have taught as clearly. The village had welcomed him as a presence. Now, it would have to carry him as a practice. This understanding did not erase sorrow, but it transformed it. What had first felt like being left behind began, little by little, to feel like being entrusted. He was not taking peace away with him. He was asking them not to abandon it in themselves. He was not withdrawing wisdom out of reach. He was placing responsibility gently into their hands, where true dignity had always waited to be claimed. By the time the sun had climbed higher, the grief in the air was no longer the grief of children pleading for the day not to end. It had become the grief of hearts mature enough to bless what they could not keep. And so the village that once feared being forgotten stood quietly at the edge of a new beginning. And yet, when the next morning came, it did not arrive with thunder or revelation. It came as mornings always had in that small village, with pale light touching roofs of straw, with smoke rising thinly from cooking fires, with the sound of a bucket lowered into a well, with the creak of doors opening to another day of necessary work. The fields still needed tending, rice still needed washing, water jars still needed carrying, a child still woke crying from a dream, an old back still ached before sunrise. Nothing in the ordinary fabric of life had been removed. For a few moments some of them felt the old fear return. It would vanish now, they thought. The calm had belonged to his footsteps, to the way he sat, to the silence that formed around him like clear water around a stone. Without him there, would the old sharpness creep back into every house? Would the habits of suspicion and impatience reclaim the roads between neighbors? Would hunger and fatigue become masters again, speaking louder than everything they had learned? But the day moved on, and something quiet revealed itself. A woman who had once spoken harshly to her daughter for every small mistake paused before answering the spilled grain at her feet. The words of blame rose to her tongue as they always had, but she noticed them. She breathed. She looked at the frightened face before her, and saw not disobedience, but a tired child with trembling hands. So she knelt, gathered the grain with her daughter, and said only, "Let us be more careful next time." The room did not become perfect. The family did not become free of worry. Yet in that small pause, an inheritance had been accepted. At the well, two men who had spent years measuring each other through old grievances stood waiting for their turn. Once, each would have found some casual cruelty to offer, some small reminder that peace between them had never been fully made. That morning, one noticed that the other's wrist was wrapped in cloth. He asked, awkwardly, if the injury was healing. The question was plain, almost clumsy, but it was sincere. The other answered in the same plain way. Their bucket ropes still tangled. The water was still heavy. Yet something in the old battle had loosened, as though both men had grown tired of handing pain from one day to the next like a family heirloom. In the weeks that followed, no shining transformation swept over the village in a single wave. People still forgot. They still lost their tempers. They still spoke too quickly and regretted it later. Some mornings felt no easier than before. There were arguments over fences, anxieties over weather, worries over stores of grain, and evenings when exhaustion made even kindness seem difficult to reach. But the difference was no longer fragile. It lived in what happened after the first mistake, after the first irritation, after the first fear. Before, a harsh word became a harsher one. A wound was fed until it governed the whole day. A disappointment spread its shadow across every relationship. Now more often than before, someone stopped. Someone remembered. Someone took one conscious breath before answering. Someone returned after an argument and said, "I spoke from anger." Someone listened long enough to hear the sorrow hidden beneath another person's sharpness. The village had not become free from suffering. It had become less willing to worship it. This change could be seen in the fields as much as in the homes. Work remained difficult. The sun still burned. Mud still clung stubbornly to ankles. Harvest still depended on conditions no prayer could fully control. But there was a gentleness in labor that had not existed before. When one household fell behind because illness had come, another household quietly sent help without first weighing old debts. When a widow struggled to lift bundles she would once have carried alone, younger hands appeared beside her. No one announced these actions as virtue. They were simply done, as though care had become a form of common sense. The children changed in ways the adults noticed only gradually. Their laughter began to travel farther. It rose more easily from the lanes, from the edge of the water, from the narrow spaces between houses where games took shape out of almost nothing. They still quarreled, still cried, still ran to their mothers with scraped knees and offended pride. But they were less watchful of adult bitterness than they had once been. Children always learn the weather of a place through the faces of those who raise them. In earlier days, they had learned caution too early. They had learned how to grow quiet when voices sharpened, how to disappear when resentments entered a room. Now they began to learn something else. They learned that anger could pass without becoming a storm. They learned that apology was not weakness. They learned that silence could be restful, not threatening. Even the elders, who had carried the longest memories and often the heaviest grievances, softened in ways that surprised themselves. They still told stories of old losses, old famines, old betrayals. Age did not erase what it had survived, but the taste of those memories changed. A man who had once repeated the same tale of injustice until it hardened everyone around him into agreement, found that one afternoon he stopped in the middle of the story. He looked toward the courtyard, where grandchildren were playing, and said, almost to enough. The suffering was real, but if I feed it every day, I ask the living to carry what is already gone. Those who heard him said nothing. They simply sat in the quiet that followed, feeling the truth settle where argument could not. An elderly woman known for cutting remarks began, little by little, to ask more questions than she offered judgments. She still had a sharp mind. She still saw every flaw in a plan before anyone else did. But now, before dismissing a younger person, she sometimes waited. She discovered that beneath what she had once called foolishness, there was often fear, or inexperience, or a sincere attempt to help. The younger villagers, in turn, stopped approaching her as though approaching a thorn bush. They came to her with more honesty. Her face did not suddenly become sweet. Yet bitterness no longer sat at the center of her words. Something warmer had found its place beside truth. This did not mean the village was spared from grief. Sorrow still visited, as it always does. One family lost a newborn before the child had even opened long enough to know the world. Another watched a father grow weaker through a season he did not survive. There were storms that flattened careful work in a single night. There were days when rice jars looked too empty, when medicine could not be found, when the future narrowed into the next meal and little more. The teachings they had received did not form a wall against these things. No blessing had rewritten the laws of impermanence. What changed was the manner in which pain moved among them. When death entered a home, the mourners were no longer left alone in the first stunned hours while others stood at a distance, uncertain or uncomfortable. People came and sat, not always with answers, often with none. One neighbor prepared porridge, another washed bowls. Someone held the mother when her grief made standing impossible. Someone stayed through the night, saying little. The sorrow remained immense, but it was no longer isolated. Shared sorrow did not become smaller, yet it became less cruel. When harvests failed in one corner of the village, shame no longer sealed every mouth. Need was spoken more plainly. Help was offered with less hidden superiority. The strong still felt tired. The generous still had limits. But there was less performance in goodness and less humiliation in receiving it. The simple truth had begun to take root. Every life would one day lean on another. In homes where husband and wife had once spoken mostly through complaint, a different rhythm slowly emerged. Not every marriage grew tender, and not every old injury was healed. Some wounds had been carved over too many years to disappear. Yet even there, the quality of attention shifted. A husband returning from the field noticed his wife's silence and asked what burden she had carried that day. A wife who had long answered anger with colder anger saw her husband's fear beneath his shouting and responded, not by surrendering herself, but by refusing to let his fear become the law of the house. There were still hard evenings, but fewer of them ended with doors struck in bitterness and hearts shut for days. The village themselves seemed altered. The earth was the same. People lingered more. They did not hurry past one another, with eyes lowered as often as before. Greetings became fuller. Hands that had once only exchanged tools or goods also exchanged concern. "Have you eaten?" meant more than habit. "How is your mother?" was asked with readiness to hear the answer. Beneath these simple things was something profound. People were beginning to believe that another person's suffering was not an interruption to their own life, but part of the life they shared. And still, there were moments when the old world tried to return. A misunderstanding over land boundaries reopened a feud that many had hoped was over. Voices rose. Accusations revived ancient details no one had forgotten. For a day and a night it seemed that all tenderness had been superficial, that beneath a thin layer of calm the village remained exactly as before. Some felt ashamed, others felt vindicated in their doubt. But then, rather than letting the quarrel spread from household to household, several elders asked both families to sit beneath the tree where they had once listened together. The conversation was not graceful. There were tears, interruptions, and long silences. Yet no one walked away. The men involved spoke not only of boundary stones and inherited rights, but of fear, of pride, of years spent guarding themselves against one another. Nothing magical happened. The land did not suddenly expand, but an agreement was reached without further poison. More importantly, the village witnessed that conflict itself had changed. It no longer had to devour everything around it. This was the true measure of what had remained after he left. Not a permanent mood, not unbroken serenity, not a community lifted beyond the reach of pain. The lasting gift was subtler and stronger than that. It was a new relationship to whatever arose. Hunger was still hunger, but it no longer automatically became accusation. Loss was still loss, but it no longer proved that life had betrayed them. Anger was still felt, but it was less often crowned as truth. Sorrow still entered the body like rain enters soil, yet it was met with awareness rather than only resistance. They began to understand, each in their own way, that suffering deepened when clutched as identity. This is my bitterness, my grievance, my proof that the world is against me. Such thoughts had once built the walls of the village more firmly than mud or wood ever could. Now those walls had cracks. Through them came air, and with air came a little space. In that space, choice appeared. Not always easy choice, not always noble choice, but the possibility of not repeating every inherited reaction simply because it was familiar. There was no monument to this change. No carved stone marked the day the village became more merciful. No song was written that could fully contain the slow courage of ordinary restraint, the quiet dignity of apologizing, the discipline of listening, the tenderness of returning after hurt, instead of deepening it. Yet these became the village's true offerings. They were woven into bread shared between households, into patient hands guiding children, into evenings where stories were told without sharpening old hatred, into mornings where work began with less heaviness in the chest. Some of the villagers still missed him with an ache that did not entirely fade. They missed the way his presence seemed to clear confusion before a word was spoken. They missed the stillness around him, the sense that even their restless minds became less noisy in his company. On difficult days, they wondered what he would have said, where he would have looked, how he would have sat with the suffering before them. But increasingly, these questions did not leave them helpless. They led them inward. They had learned enough to recognize the doorway he had pointed toward. They could not become him, and they no longer needed to. They only needed to remember and practice and begin again. So the village continued. It was still small. It was still vulnerable to weather, to illness, to age, to human weakness. But life there no longer seemed ruled entirely by what it had endured. Memory remained. Yet memory was no longer the only author of meaning. Something gentler had entered the bloodstream of daily life and stayed there long after the footsteps that awakened it had disappeared from the road. In time, even those who had doubted most deeply were forced to admit that the village had become something gentler than memory. And so, when people later spoke of that village, they did not speak first of the season of fear that had once settled over it like a long winter cloud. They did not begin with the hunger, or the whispered blame, or the way neighbors had turned away from one another, while pretending they were only protecting what little remained. Those things had been real. They had shaped the faces, the habits, the silences of the place. But they were no longer the deepest truth. What endured more powerfully was the change that had taken root beneath the surface, quiet as water sinking into dry earth. The village had not become perfect. No human place ever does. There were still misunderstandings. There were still hard harvests, old tempers, fresh griefs, mornings when the body felt heavy and the heart wanted to close again. Children still fell ill. Elders still died. Storms still came over the hills without asking permission. Yet something had shifted so fundamentally that even suffering no longer carried the same authority it once had before. Pain had made each person smaller. It had narrowed their vision until they saw only threat, only lack, only the wound nearest to their own skin. Fear had taught them to clutch, to divide, to measure who deserved care and who did not. Spiritual hunger had made them restless and suspicious, aching for relief but unable to imagine that relief might begin not in getting but in seeing. They had waited for life to become easier before allowing their hearts to soften, and while they waited, they grew harder. What changed them was simpler and far more difficult than any miracle tale would suggest. No hidden treasure appeared beneath the fields. No powerful ruler arrived with carts of grain and soldiers of protection. No divine hand removed death from their homes or uncertainty from their seasons. The river was still the same river. The road was still dusty. The houses still leaned a little under the memory of weather. If someone had looked only at the outer shape of things, they might have missed the transformation entirely. But the people living there could feel it. And because they could feel it, everything was different. They had learned, slowly and often reluctantly, to stop fleeing their suffering long enough to understand it. They had begun to notice how fear moved through the body, how resentment grew when fed in silence, how grief demanded tenderness rather than denial. They had seen that pain left untouched by awareness could spread from one heart to another, becoming cruelty, suspicion, or despair. And they had also seen that when suffering was met with honesty and compassion, it changed character. It did not always disappear, but it stopped ruling the whole sky. This was the quiet turning. This was the remembering. The one who had walked among them had not given them a new world. He had helped them see the world they already inhabited without the old fog covering their eyes. He had not rescued them from being human. He had shown them how to be human with more wakefulness, more mercy, more steadiness in the presence of what could not be controlled. That was why the change lasted. It was not painted over their lives from the outside. It had grown from within them, from repeated moments of choosing not to turn away. A woman carrying old grief began listening before she answered in anger. A farmer once ruled by scarcity shared seed with a neighbor because he understood that fear multiplies when hoarded and softens when opened. A child who had grown up surrounded by tension learned, by watching the adults around him, that tears need not be hidden and kindness need not be earned through perfection. An old man who had spent years believing he had outlived his usefulness found that his patient presence beside the sick became its own kind of shelter. These were not grand acts by the standards of kings or legends, yet they were exactly how the village was remade. It was remade in bowls of soup carried across thresholds once crossed only by obligation, in pauses before harsh words, in hands that no longer withdrew so quickly from another's pain, in the growing understanding that no one there suffered alone, even when sorrow had to be borne within the privacy of one body, one mind, one long night. The village began to remember itself not as a cluster of separate burdens, but as a shared field of life, where each act of care changed the atmosphere for all. And perhaps that is why the story lingers. Not because it dazzles, not because it promises that every loss will be restored, or that goodness will protect a person from every sorrow. It lingers because somewhere quietly, most hearts recognize this landscape. Most people know what it is to live in some inward village that has been forgotten for too long. There are places within a person where fear still keeps watch at the gate. Places where old shame has boarded up the windows. Places where grief sits in the corner like an unvisited elder, waiting patiently for someone and sit beside it, without trying to make it disappear. There are inner roads we stop traveling because they lead too near what hurts. There are rooms of the self left unattended for years, sometimes for a lifetime, because entering them feels too costly. And yet those forgotten places do not vanish just because they are avoided. They wait, shape our speech, our sleep, our choices, our distance from one another. They become the silent weather of a life. So as the village is remembered now, it offers more than memory. It offers a companionship of understanding. It whispers that what is neglected in us is not beyond kindness. It tells us that awakening does not always arrive like thunder. Sometimes it comes as the first honest breath after years of bracing. Sometimes it comes when we stop asking how to escape pain and begin asking how to meet it without hatred. Sometimes it comes in the smallest turning of the heart, so small that no one else can see it. Yet from that turning an entire life slowly changes direction. Perhaps you know this already in your own way. Perhaps there is a weariness in you that no one else fully sees. Perhaps there are old disappointments you carry so quietly that even those who love you do not know their weight. Perhaps there are parts of your life that feel unattended, dim or forgotten, as if some inner village has gone too long without the warmth of a lamp in the window. If so, this story does not accuse you. It does not demand that you become serene overnight. It does not ask you to force light into places that still tremble in shadow. It only invites a gentler seeing, to notice what has been hurting, to notice how tightly the heart has learned to hold itself, to notice where fear has mistaken itself for wisdom, to notice where compassion, even now, might be waiting beneath exhaustion like a spring beneath stone. The people of that village changed because they stopped believing that hardness was the only way to survive. They discovered that a defended heart may endure for a time, but it cannot truly rest. It cannot truly belong. It cannot feel the full warmth of being alive. The strength they came to trust was not the strength of walls, but of presence. Not the strength of denial, but of clear seeing. Not the strength of standing apart, but of remaining tender in a world where tenderness can seem so fragile. And tenderness, they learned, is not fragility. To stay open in the presence of sorrow requires courage. To meet another's pain without rushing away requires steadiness. To admit one's own confusion without pretending certainty requires humility. To begin again after failing, after speaking sharply, after closing down, after forgetting everything one meant to practice, requires patience deeper than pride. This was their awakening, not becoming extraordinary beings, but becoming more fully available to the truth of their lives. They learned to sit with joy, without clinging, and with grief, without drowning. They learned to let anger teach them where pain lived, instead of allowing anger to become the ruler of their actions. They learned that every person carries conditions unseen by others, and that mercy becomes easier when we remember how little of another's struggle is visible from the outside. In this way, the village became wise, though it would never have called itself that. Its wisdom was woven from ordinary days, from mistakes noticed and repaired, from apologies made before sleep, from the slow trust that grew when people discovered they could rely not on perfection, but on each other's willingness to return, to listen, to care again. This is how resilience became shared rather than lonely. This is how the village learned to breathe together, and breathing together changed everything, not because it erased differences, but because it gave those differences room to exist without becoming enemies. Not because it solved the mystery of suffering, but because it softened the panic that suffering had to be faced alone. Not because it turned life into a smooth road, but because it placed a lamp beside the rough places. There is something deeply peaceful in that, something almost hidden by its simplicity. We are so often taught to look for dramatic rescue, for the great intervention, for the sudden moment when all confusion clears and every wound closes at once. But many of the truest transformations do not happen that way. They happen almost invisibly, in the choice to stay present for one more breath, one more conversation, one more act of patience, one more evening in which the heart does not abandon itself. The village was forgotten once by the world beyond its borders. Perhaps it had also forgotten itself, forgotten its own capacity for goodness, forgotten that beneath bitterness there was longing, and beneath longing there was love still waiting to be uncovered. But in remembering how to look clearly, how to grieve honestly, how to care without calculation, it became impossible to call the place forgotten in the old sense. It had been seen. More importantly, it had learned to see. And what is seen with compassion begins to return to life. So now, as the evening of this story settles around you, there is no need to force any lesson from it. Let it rest softly. Let the images drift as they will. A road through dust, a quiet face, a bowl offered, a hand unclenching, a village once tightened by fear, now breathing under the same sky with a little more ease. Let these things move through you gently, the way twilight enters a room without argument. If some hidden part of you has been listening all along, tired inward place that has felt overlooked or left behind, may it hear this without pressure. Nothing in you is too forgotten to be met with kindness. No inner field is too barren for a season of care. No weary heart is disqualified from peace because it has known confusion, anger, grief, or delay. The path back is rarely loud. It begins quietly, often where we least expect it, with the simple willingness to remain present. And if peace comes tonight, let it come the way it came to that village, not as conquest, not as performance, not as proof that pain never existed. Let it come as a softening, as permission to set down what you can for now, as a breath that deepens without effort, as trust returning in small steps, as the sense that even in a world touched by impermanence, the heart can still learn gentleness. The village did not become holy because suffering bypassed it. It became luminous because suffering no longer closed it entirely. Through loss, through uncertainty, through the ordinary ache of being alive, its people discovered that compassion was not an ornament added to life when convenient. It was the way life could be carried without breaking the spirit. It was the thread that joined one person's darkness to another person's care. It was the quiet practice by which abandoned places, whether in a village or in a soul, begin to feel inhabited again. So let the story end where all true remembering ends, not in noise but in stillness, not in triumph over others, but in tenderness shared, not in the fantasy of a life untouched by sorrow, but in the deeper blessing of hearts that have learned not to turn away. And in that hush, the deepest miracle reveals itself gently. Not sudden rescue, but the quiet awakening of hearts, learning compassion together.